everyone. Welcome to day 3 at GUADEC. And to all of our online attendees, thank you for joining us. We have first up in track 1, Pietro.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for joining us both in person and remotely. And thank you for joining Vanilla OS is not just another distribution. I'm Pietro Di Caprio. I'm a core developer of Vanilla OS, and I manage all the public relations for it. Let's start from what is Vanilla OS today. It is an immutable and atomic Linux distribution currently based on Ubuntu. Immutable, as many of you already know, means that the root partition is read-only, basically, and in theory should be difficult to make damages to your system. Thanks to atomicity, all the updates are performed indeed in an atomic way, so also the updates should not be able to destroy your system. We'll get more details later. We have the goal of providing a consistent and smooth user experience, so the users can use their devices without worries. To date, we have partially achieved our goal thanks to our technologies and utilities. The main two are ADRoot, which handles the immutability and the atomicity of the system, and Apex, that provides integrated subsystems Linux. So you can have multiple Linux distributions running inside Vanilla OS, thanks to a very tight integration of DistroBox. Another main company is VSO, that handles all the system updates, automated and programmed tasks. And we will get more later. So along with those tools and utilities, the user is provided of a large set of documentation for every single tool and every single utility, and a handbook that is containing instructions, step-by-step guides, also for what many things are simple tasks, for example, installing Steam, DistroBox itself, or the Heroic Launcher, for example. All this looks great, right? Well, also Vanilla OS is affected by all classic distribution problems. We identified 3 major categories: system unreliability, update inconsistency, and over-freedom. I know the last one may sound very strange, but let me explain better. Providing a system package manager results in having high chance of conflicts, which affect the whole system. Apps have multiple dependencies and dependencies of dependencies. Different apps also have different dependencies based if you want all the functionalities or only a subset. This complicates more the management of those packages and those applications. And the result can be predicted. You may have incomplete software also due to dependency conflict. So maybe you don't want only a subset, you want the full software, but you can't install one of the required dependencies. Those conflicts are very difficult to track, and the result is unknown. We can have a great example of what happened to Linus Sebastian from LTT. He wanted to install Steam using the dep package, or apt, and apt said, oh, to install Steam, I'm going to uninstall your entire desktop environment. Would you like to continue? Linus, as an inexperienced user, said, oh, okay, continue. You know what happened. He said, oh, this system is not working. Linux is not good. We are happy that System 76 fixed this specific issue, so thank you, System 76, but still this problem exists on every distribution. So we get into the update inconsistency, and this is the nature of package manager. The updates are a result of multiple dependencies and package collisions. This method increases the risk of obtaining different updates than what is meant by the developers. The result is an experience that doesn't conform with what is intended, and developers are affecting other developers' users' experience. So let's go to the hard one. Over freedom, well, the freedom is the foundation of Linux and the open source world, and is a great thing. Experienced users can get a lot from this freedom. The problem is that also inexperienced users can modify every aspect of their system, and they risk to break it. The developers cannot replicate an unknown state. We need some standard to follow. So what, you wonder, I believe? Our answer, of course, is Vanilla OS, especially version 2, codename Orchid. Vanilla OS 2 is a complete rewrite and revision of the initial project. We changed from Ubuntu as our base to Debian Seed. And we created our caching layer using apply to freeze the Debian Seed repository in a point in time. So we have freedom of plan the release of updates. And thanks to apply, we also are able to integrate our packages and replace those that we know are causing issues and need some fix, an immediate fix. This version is designed more than the previous one to meet the needs of every type of users. We are not talking only about developers. We are not talking only about advanced users. Our goal is that any kind of user, also newcomers, newbies, can download it and run without worrying about what they are doing. For example, they don't have to worry about the maintenance. We have an utility running in the background that takes care about all the maintenance of the system. So to reach that goal, the technologies and utilities we use is grown a lot. We have many new tools we developed for this purpose. We are going to go into details of them very soon, but we still have ABRoot in a new version, version 2. Apex also has been updated. And we have, for example, Icarus, that is our backend for drivers, for managing drivers into the system. We have Albius, that is a new installer backend for installing the distribution. This is because, we are getting into it later, we needed to handle OCI images during the installation process. We have Prometheus, that is a container engine made to work with OCI images and is used by Albius and ABRoot. So we split in multiple subset of utilities in order to avoid duplication. And we are going to get into the others. So let's start with ABRoot v2. As said, it handles immutability, protecting the system from unwanted changes. Atomicity, ensuring that all the updates are performed in a safe way. And from version 2, handles the OCI images that are used to distribute consistent, reliable, and reproducible updates. Many of you may think, oh, containers, everything is containers. No, not really. We are talking about the Open Container Initiative images. So those are already widely used in cloud computing to provide production and development environments that are easy to replicate and distribute. In AB root, we used the same technology to distribute system updates, thanks to their layering. So to make it simple, each update is a layer of the OCI image that is applied to your system. So we achieved consistent and reproducible updates thanks to that. And we have also some smart update thanks to the data deduplication. Let's see the difference before and after. This is the system structure with AB root v1. You have two root. For those who are not familiar with AB root, the AB stands exactly for the two root partitions that you have thanks to it. You are running one of the two roots that we call the current root, that is read-only, so it's immutable. Every time you do any modification, that may be a system update or maybe the installation of a driver, this is not installed directly on the root partition you're using. This is installed on the future partition, that is a copy of the current one. If the update process, the atomic transaction, exits successfully, the changes are written on the future partition, the grab entry is updated, and when you reboot, you are booting into the updated partition, obtaining the update. If anything fails, and can fail in two moments, during the update, so you have a complete rollback and nothing changes, or after the update, maybe you boot on the updated partition and the changes are not what you expected. So how you do rollback? By rebooting the previous partition. That's it. This is nice, this is safe, but we wanted to do a step further. With AB root version 2, you have a different structure that looks like that. We have the master boot that is never modified after the system installation. So this is booting, let's say, to simplify, this is booting AB root that is then using the boot partition of the current root to boot your system. And what is updated as grab entry is not into what we are calling master boot. Is inside the boot of the partition. So also your boot and your grab is replicated, along with the kernels you installed. This ensures, moreover, a consistency and a reliability to boot up your system. So, as I said, the system grade is atomic. What means? We have the update, you receive a Vanilla OS update, you start the update process, and many things happen in it. If everything is okay, you go to the future, otherwise roll back. The update process looks like this. We split it in about 11 steps. Each step is taking care of a specific action, and multiple steps are taking care of a macro action. Each stage is critical for us, and a failure causes the whole update to get dropped, and you don't see changes applied to your system. There is a remark. From step 6, we start writing on disk. You are not writing the update on the future partition. We are writing temporary data that is going to be used for the update. So we set this line where up to stage 5, the user can safely cancel the update operation and there is no dirty data on the disk. From stage 6, the user can cancel the operation itself, but the risk is to have dirty data on the disk. That's why we implemented AB root in Vanilla OS, denying the stop of the update if we start at stage 6. Note that all the tools I'm talking about, AB root, Apex, Albius, Icarus, all of them are written distro agnostic. Everyone can decide to implement those tools in another distribution. So what we provide in this case is a suggestion. Then it's up to who implements it to decide what is worth for the implementation and its users. So the change in structure raises a question. What about kernel flags? Given the complexity of the system and the particular structure, we say AB root should handle them, and is doing it. Advanced users can use the built-in manager to add, remove, and update the variables that are passed to the kernel during the boot. The flags are part of the atomic update process, and this ensures that the flags are applied only to the future partition. So if you keep in mind the scheme of before, we were not duplicating the boot, so this was only one point for both partitions. Now each partition has its own boot, so his own flag and his own updates also at kernel level. Accident can happen. That's why we are talking of rollbacks. If a driver update has a critical bug or some dependency breaks compatibility and you can't notice it at installation time, you can notice it only later using your system, the user can use AB root to easily roll back to the previous state, even if they cannot boot anymore in their system. In two ways: changing partition or using a recovery that we are going to see. Talking more about drivers, touching the underlying system is really discouraged. We are not denying it, but users should not do it if they are not expert. Drivers and firmwares are essential. It's difficult to use the device without them. For this reason, we have created a kind of package manager inside AB root, allowing users to add and manage packages in a safe way. When the user requests a change, the added packages or modified packages are used to build a local OCI image based on your system, based on the core vanilla image. The local image is then kept up to date thanks to the updates via the OCI layers. So you can still modify your system and still get all the standard updates together. Again, we have an unusual file system structure due to those OCI images. And we were not really able to use a standard backend installer due to that. So we create Albius, again, distro agnostic. Anyone can use it. Feel free to do that if you like. And Albius uses recipes to define setup steps, mount points, installation options, and post-installation steps. Okay, sorry. So, as I said, users should not go directly on their host system. That's why we like you to say sudo, please. We are used to see online guides, how to, on forums, blogs, to tell the user, oh, sudo apt install, sudo apt update, sudo apt remove, sudo everything. Many that are in this room and online know what sudoing means. But what about new users or our friends that are not really into Linux? We don't share this idea. So we think that eliminating sudo reduces the risk of accidental or unwanted harmful operations performed by the user itself or even unauthorized entities. Because, okay, Linux is known to do not have viruses, but that's not totally true, and it's a matter of market share. So, of course, the viruses are developed for the most used system, but since we would like Linux becomes one of the most used systems, we should also think about the user security in every aspect. That's why we promote a secure and stable environment, and we limit the privileged access to preserve the system integrity. The absence of sudo would, we hope, it encourages an adoption of more structured approach of privilege management, for example, using Polkit. So how users do their stuff? VSO and Apex. VSO is the vanilla system operator, and in vanilla 22.10 was a different, VSO and Apex were different utilities handling different tasks. They now share the purpose of providing the user with software in distinct ways. They are taught for newcomers, so unexperienced users, and more experienced users. VSO is the meeting point between the system and the user itself. It allows the user to install applications within a container based on vanilla OS that is deeply integrated with the system, remaining separated from the root partition. You are installing in a container, but you still get the desktop entry, for example. The user doesn't notice that the application is running in a container. They simply install a package, an app, and it's there. This results in a native experience, allowing the user to use the system and to use vanilla OS as it was a conventional Linux distribution. VSO is also handling the installation of deb packages, simply double-clicking it, as well as APK packages, thanks to the Waydroid integration. Apex V2, like previous version, is built upon DistroBox. A big shout out to Luca Di Maio, the creator of DistroBox and co-founder of Vanilla OS. So you can create as many subsystems you want in vanilla. You simply need to have a distribution that is providing OCI images. So basically whatever you find on Docker Hub, for example. And we defined a common interface following apt structure. So you can register package managers. You can have a subsystem using DNF, a subsystem using AUR, and still follow the same structure. You have only one command to remember, and thanks to the stacks that are used to specify which distribution, which command manager, and which packages to install in the subsystem, you simply need to remember a set of commands. Or you can use the graphical interface. So why you need to struggle with the command line when you can have a fancy graphical interface that can help you simplify your tasks? The user experience is not only meant for new users. Everyone should have a great user experience, experts included. Dropping Ubuntu, we noticed the lack of the Ubuntu drivers common package or anything similar to that. How many times it happened to users, to you, that you were not able to use some of your devices, and maybe you also switched back to Ubuntu just for this? And I believe everyone faced this issue. So we developed Icarus to automatically detect your hardware and propose to install the proper driver for you. Side note, Windows has this since a lot of time. So why we don't. I mentioned the recovery utility. The user can break their system. It's difficult, but somehow they can. And we need to be ready for that. The recovery utility is a graphical interface that basically repairs your partition, your boot, and allows you to get back to your system. The recovery utility can be used in two ways: with a recovery partition, about 300 megabytes, or with a pen drive. So you are not forced to have this recovery partition. You can, as a technician, you can have your recovery pen drive and fix any vanilla OS installation you want. About pen drive, we thought vanilla OS to be as OEM compatible as possible. So we put a lot of effort in it. We want that anyone can decide to provide vanilla OS on their system. And anyone can decide in the future, not right now, to run vanilla OS on the USB itself. Imagine a server environment where you don't have the boot disk into the server itself. You have it on a SD card or the USB key. Or thin clients. If you have a problem on a thin client, you simply replace or the USB key or the thin client itself, and you are ready to go in a fast way. As fast as installing it, thanks to the vanilla installer, a GTK for application using libadwaita, thought to provide great user experience. It is a step-by-step process that guides the user in installing vanilla OS, from the keyboard selection to the NVIDIA driver installation if an NVIDIA card is detected on your system. It's everything managed automatically. And yes, we are suggesting the proprietary drivers, not because we don't like open source, but because the user should get whatever allows it to work properly. We are going to propose the new NVIDIA open source driver as soon as they are stable, but for the moment, for the user experience, the proprietary driver are what fits best. Then you can select automatic partitioning or manual partitioning, confirm, and you are ready to go. Ready to go to what? To the vanilla first setup, because it's not just the installation, you have to prepare the system. It's another GTK4 application using libadwaita, and the application is used to, let's say, tailor the installation to the user needs. It contains both an express and advanced process, from the color scheme to the creation of the user. Also, this has been moved to the first boot and not to the installation due to the OEM compatibility. You can provide a host name, and you can select the core apps, along with, for example, the support to Flatpak. So the user doesn't have to go on the website, search for the command, open the console, run the commands, and do all this stuff. There is a flag that I don't have in the screen, unfortunately, that says it's pre-enabled because we suggest the Flatpak, we push for Flatpak, and the user simply gets it ready. When they open GNOME software, they already have the Flatpaks available there. We propose to install the restricted codecs, so users don't complain on internet that they can't watch YouTube, Twitch, Netflix, and whatever. And if you are in a VM, we detect it and propose you the OpenVM tools. Everything is handled. For sure, there are questions. For example, what if I need to make complex changes? How can be flavors made? And what to do if you want to make an image that is reproducible for your devices? The solution we have is Vib, the Vanilla Image Builder. It's a tool that, thanks to YAML recipe files, similar to Flatpak as a syntax, allows you to define the images to be used to install your system. It's split in modules to define those instructions, and we are going to go a bit in detail now. Vib can be used with any Linux distribution. It's not meant only for vanilla OS. We provide 3 images: Pico, Core, and Desktop. Pico is the minimum set of tools you need. Core has other utilities required to run vanilla OS. And desktop is indeed the desktop environment. Our default is GNOME. So anyone could create a flavor of vanilla simply creating a recipe in Vib. About modules, what they are for. They are for building. For example, we have Meson module, Go module, CMake module. You can run apt, you can run a shell. To run a shell, you define a module as type shell and a list of commands to perform. You need packages, okay, module apt, which packages you want to install. And those are pre-installed for you without needing a very long Docker file or whatever. Go, okay, IB root is written in Go. We want to build it when building the vanilla image. It's Go, we define that comes from Git. Vib does a clone and performs the build for you and is there without doing anything else. The modules can also be split in files, so you don't need to have a very long file, but you can import modules into your recipe. When is this ready? I would like to say now, but yesterday I lost a fight with our CI, so it's going to, an alpha release at least is going to be ready very soon. Please visit our website. We launched a new version this morning before the talk. And you can subscribe to our newsletter to get informed when developer release is ready. So there is a newsletter dedicated to developers. And when the stable release is ready or for general updates, there is another newsletter. You can choose whether to subscribe to one or both of them, or to none, of course. What is this about? It's all about user experience. How many times we hear about users complaining that, no, Linux is not stable, Linux is unreliable, I tried it and it stopped working after a reboot, after 10 minutes. I spent a night fixing my drivers and the day after everything was gone. What to say? How can you say they are not right? They are. We need to focus more on what's the user experience. We need to welcome new users and allowing them to feel safe and at home, providing what they really need. They need a great experience. So we still need a lot of work to do. And everyone can contribute. How to? Multiple ways. Money is always welcome to keep it up with servers and everything. For example, we accept LiberaPay for European citizens, Suggested for European citizens, and GitHub sponsor for everyone else. You can help us coding. If you are a developer, join our GitHub organization, join our community, and feel free to contribute in any way. Even if your scope is not specific vanilla OS, as I said, all the tools are distro agnostic, so you can also contribute to the tools so you can use them in another distribution. We are happy of that. We don't force you to contribute only to vanilla OS. Or you can join our communities. We have a Discord server with almost 8,000 members. Maybe if everyone joins today, we can reach the 8,000. We have a Mastodon account on Fostodon and a Twitter account. So also spreading the knowledge of the existence of vanilla OS is a great help for us. It's not mentioned here, but also translations are very welcome, or our graphical interface needs translation. So it's a great way to contribute. I have to thank our main team. If you go on GitHub, there are many people contributed to the project, but this is our main team, and I have to thank them every day because it's thanks to them that all this is possible. And last but not least, thank you for being here and listening to me, both in presence and remotely. So I see we have about 5 minutes for questions. If anyone is welcome.
Thanks for the great talk. You mentioned you have rollback, and you showed how that can be done manually. Do you have any kind of health checks for if the new system boots, but then something is wrong? Do you have any automatic rollback in that case?
Partially. We didn't get yet to solving boot loop, for example. But when you switch to the other partition, that could be your previous or whatever is the actual state, the system detects that you manually booted on the different partition and proposes you to update the entries so it becomes your default partition. And it's still in definition, but it's probably going to ask you if you want to fix the other partition. So it is, let's say, wiping it and replacing it with the one you are currently in. So you have two copies of working system instead of one working and one broken.
Okay, so I understand the main system for these rollbacks, but can you please summarize how is the AB root system better than, for example, BTRFS snapshots or any other snapshot utilities that also provides a rollback functionality and also like data application and everything?
Yeah. Thank you for this question. The main difference, I give you an example with OS3, for example, that is what is usually compared to AB root. You have two main points. How easy it is to use AB root, because you have the two root partitions and that's it, everything is managed. You as user don't need to do anything. And then you have how the system is clean on the long run using AB root compared to other systems such as OS3. On the long run, the user is required to perform some manual maintenance because the system gets dirty. With AB root, everything is managed, also maintenance-wide, so you don't have to care about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pietro. It was a really nice talk.
Thank you.
My question would be, what is, like, from the feedback from your user of your vanilla OS, what is the primary reason to choose immutable operation system for desktop? Because it's like there can be many reasons, but what is the practical most ones people mention maybe? Thank you.
Thank you. It's mainly the security they have that when they go to sleep today and boot their system tomorrow, it boots. So it's the security they have that installing anything, the system is not going to break in unforeseen situation or for unforeseen reason, like we saw for Linus of LTT. So it's the security it provides them on their laptop, on their system. They can go to the university, they can go to friends, they can go wherever, and know they are going to be able to use their system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hi, thanks for the talk. I'm a big fan of Vanilla OS. Good work. I wanted to ask what's your next steps, since I've seen a lot of progress from Vanilla OS 1, Vanilla OS 2, and do you already know what Vanilla OS 3 would look like, or? Yeah, that's it.
We would like to release Vanilla OS 2 at least, since indeed it's not completely ready yet. We would like to release Vanilla OS 2 for this summer, and so we are not thinking to Vanilla OS 3 yet. Let's see how it goes with version 2. With the switch from Ubuntu to Debian, we also dropped the numbering, so it's not anymore 22.10 or whatever, but it's Vanilla OS 2. We are changing also a bit how we are going to number it. We still don't know if you are going to see a Vanilla OS 2.1, for example, or directly a Vanilla OS 3. We will see how big the updates are in matter of, are we only updating the repository, so we don't even change the number, or are we releasing a set of updates of our tools? So we define another version just to say, okay, from this version, the minimum version of the tools is in this table, for example. I don't have a specific answer for you.
Thank you.
Done?
Out of time for questions.
Thank you, everyone.
So next up we have Philip. Do you want to come up here and get set up? I'll just do a couple quick announcements while he's getting ready. We have the dinner tonight. It's at 7 p.m. at the Mercury Hotel. The details are on the website, so you can check there too. The AGM is later this morning. It's open to everyone, so feel free to attend. And following that, we have the group photo, so stick around a little bit. We're going to do it on the stairs at the front of the building. Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone? Okay, so we're all set up for Philip. He's going to be talking about the slow progress on app save, restore, support.
Yes, thank you. Hello. Yeah, today I'm going to talk about where we're at with app save, restore, support, the architecture that's being proposed for it, and what is left to do, which I guess is going to be most of the talk because we're not very far through it. I should probably say at this point that there's not going to be like some big reveal partway through the talk where I say, ta-da, it's all done, here's a demo. That's not going to happen. If you're looking for that, leave. But it'll be more a discussion of like what the ideas are, what the unknowns and the knowns are, and what's left to do. Can you hear that? Cool. Yeah, I can't. Unless I swallow the microphone, that's not not going to get any louder. So what is app save, restore, support? It's something that I've been working on in kind of periodic form in sort of hacking periods that I get at Endless for a couple of years, but that's building on work most recently done by Bastien Nocera about 4 years ago, I think. Or yeah, maybe a bit more recently than that. But work by him, and then there's some incorporation of stuff, ideas by Emanuele Bassi, and all of that is building on a lot of discussion over at least the last 10 years about maybe we should do this, how do we do this, why hasn't anyone done this? So it's not just me, this is kind of the latest in a continuation of things to attempt to achieve this. And Matthias Claassen has done some work on serializing and deserializing widget trees in GTK, which will be needed for this eventually, but is not going to feature in this talk because I haven't got to that point yet. So what do I mean by app save, restore, support? Basically, it's what it says on the tin. restoring an app into the same state that it was at when it was closed when you next open it. Either because you've finished your session, you've logged out, shut down your computer, and then you're starting your computer again and you want everything to reappear as it was. Or a more advanced use case would be you've got all these apps running and you're a bit constrained on system resources, and it would be kind of nice if we do something like what Android does, and apps that are not focused just get killed by the session in the background, and then when you switch focus to them, they magically come back to how they were. And that obviously saves the resources that they were using until when they're actually needed. When I say restoring an app, I mean not just like reopening it, but bringing all the widgets back to how they were, any unsaved documents to what they were, you don't lose them, same scroll positions, same things selected, same things focused. Like basically you shouldn't be able to notice that anything's changed, which is kind of a big ask. GNOME session, which is the session manager used sort of under the covers in GNOME, it used to support a very limited version of this way back. Maybe I tried to look into the history of when it was supported and what's supported and when it was no longer supported, but I think this worked up until GNOME 3, and then it kind of atrophied a bit, and then we got systemd user session support, or some form of it, and the support for session save restore broke completely. But when it was supported by GNOME session, it was only in a very limited form. So basically, you'd log out, it would take a note of what apps were running, and then when you next logged in, it would start them from fresh. So kind of like auto start for apps. It wouldn't save any of their state or their window positions or widget states. So because I've been working on this on and off, I've kind of needed to write down fairly early on what are the use cases I care about, because otherwise I'd forget and then just start working in the wrong direction. So as I've said, restoring apps to largely the same state when you log out and log in again, allowing the shell or the session manager to kill them and restart them to save resources. Another use case would be to restore apps to the same state when you restart them due to doing an update, like with Flatpaks. So you don't kind of have to just abandon everything you were doing in the app when it says it's got an update available. And also allowing apps to choose not to be restored at the end of the session if something in them has changed, or if they think that would not be appropriate, or if it's a kind of app where restoring the state doesn't make any sense. There's also a couple of non-use cases which I explicitly don't want to deal with, because if you start doing things like this, then you end up kind of doing arbitrary state tracking over all time, and that is crazy. So we don't want to allow apps to checkpoint their state and go back to an earlier state, and we don't want to be able to restore apps if they just crash unexpectedly. This is not like dealing with that. So, kind of looking at the main components that need to be involved in something like this, there's you can kind of start from the app and say, okay, well, in order to save and restore my app, I can just write some code in the app that saves some binary data, that encodes the widget tree when it closes and reloads it when it opens. But then you think, okay, what happens if I've got multiple apps? What happens when I start my session and they all go, okay, let's load a file which contains my entire state. That hits your disk quite hard. It'll slow your session down when you're starting up. So you start to move some of this into the session manager. So the idea is the session manager will store the list of apps to start, but also store the data they need to restart, so that when you log in, the session manager hits one file, loads it all, and then the apps get that without individually seeking all over the place on the disk. And then you need help from the UI toolkit to serialize and deserialize the widget tree, because if every app had to traverse its entire widget tree and go, okay, what state is this entry in, and what's got the focus, and how do I encode that all, then it all gets a bit unmanageable. And then finally, you need something from the shell, because the shell knows which apps are focused or which windows are focused, so it knows which ones can be quietly killed in the background, and which ones that would be less good for the user if you did that because they're currently focused on using that window. So that gives us something a bit like this, where there's about 4 or 5 moving parts. So you've got all your apps, they talk to the session manager over dbus. You also need input from the shell to say which one's focused. The data is stored within the session manager, and the toolkit is used within each app and provides all the supporting code for the widget implementations and serialization. So far I've been working on the dbus bit in the middle between the apps and the session manager. I've ignored the shell, so I'm going to ignore it for the rest of the talk. Sorry, shell developers. And I guess I'll go into some detail about the dbus protocol. So this is based on, or a modification of the existing session manager dbus protocol, which is, I originally thought it was used all the time. So basically, you start your app, it says, hello session manager, I'm an app, I would like to be in the session please. The session manager says, sure, yes, hello. Moves it to the right C group. What else does it do? Basically that, actually. And then at the end of the session manager says, the user wants to log out now. Our app's okay with that, and the apps say, yeah, I'm fine, yeah, I'm fine. No, I've got an unsaved document, please don't log out right now, I need to let the user save this. And so there's a bit of negotiation about that, and then the session manager says, okay, you've had your chance now, and everything's closing. So that's basically what this dbus protocol does, and has done for a long time. And the idea is we're going to modify both steps of that, the discussion at the start of the session and the discussion at the end of the session, to allow restart data for each app to be sent to and from the session manager in the app. The other part of it is that, I should say, the data is going to be just an arbitrary G variant, so the apps get to decide what they want to put in there, and some of that may come just directly from the toolkit, and some of it may come as additional data from the app. But it's just packaged up into a G variant whose type is decided by the app, and the app controls versioning of this and deciding whether to accept or reject it. And that G variant, we will also want to expose it on some dbus interface, maybe org.gdk.application or maybe something new, so that it can be queried anytime by other components, maybe the shell. There's some work to do there to work out exactly how components need to talk around that one. That's the architecture. And here's a bit of a view on the dbus protocol for restoring an app. So this is the one that will happen when you log in at the start of your session, when you want to start your app. So when the session says, okay, here's the list of 4 apps you had open last time, let's spawn them all. Their processes start. Each of them does this conversation with the session manager. Hopefully you can see it. It's a screenshot of a bustle trace of this actually happening. So I lied when I said there was no demo. I guess that's the demo. So at the top, you've got a start transient unit call, which is the app being started by the session manager via systemd. And then the app says to the session manager, hello, I'd like to register with the session, and I'd like to say, I can be restarted. I've got support for this. That's a function call into the session. There's a signal in the middle which is kind of irrelevant, and then the session replies to the app saying, yes, I've registered you, and here is the data that you saved last time. Deserialize it and do with it what you will. And this conversation happens all before the app has shown its first window. So it's kind of in the startup phase of GTK application, which is good because that means you don't get race conditions between like showing the window and then going, okay, I can load all the content that I had last time in it, and flickering between there. So this is kind of the right point in the cycle to load that data. And the session manager doesn't have to return any data there. It can just say, okay, you weren't running before, show an empty window or show your default window. So I guess one of the key points here is the register restartable client method, that is the second line. That's just a slight modification of the existing register client method that has been in the GNOME session protocol for decades. So we're not adding any additional dbus round trips here, so it shouldn't slow things down at session start from that point of view. It's just an extension of what there already is. And then this is the other side of it. This is the saving side. So this is what happens at logout, or when GNOME Shell wants to kill off an app in the background to save resources. Again, I'm sorry the text's a bit small. This is a screenshot of Bustle, because I didn't have any time to write a proper diagram. So at the top, we've got a logout. I think it's a signal. No, it's a function call. There's a logout function call. That's me calling, making explicit logout call, saying, okay, to my test session manager, please log out of this session, kick off the entire process of killing every app. And so in this example, we've got two apps running. They're called Client 1 and Client 2. If you can read them, the second and third lines. They're both receiving a signal from the session manager saying, is it okay to end the session? Query end session. They reply by making a function call called endSessionResponse, which you can see in the 5th and 6th lines. And in this is the one where they say, do you have any unsaved documents or not? And I think both of them in this example are saying, no, I don't have any unsaved documents. You can go ahead and log out. So at that point, the session manager releases the end session signal, which is these blobs here. And for historic reasons, it signals each of them individually rather than a broadcast signal. I'm not quite sure why, but that's how it is. And in reply to that, both apps reply with either end session response or end session response restartable, which is the change here. And don't want to lose my train of thought here. In that, they will either say, here's my blob of data which I want returned to me next time, so all my app state, or not. So in this example, Client 2 has been modified to support session save restore, app save restore. Client 1 hasn't, and the session manager should support both of those transparently. So again, like with the previous example, the only modification here is the existing protocol's been taken, extended to support this additional blob, and there's no additional dbus traffic compared to what there was before. And then when you get to the end of the diagram, it's the end of the session manager has killed every process, and you're back to the login screen. I guess it's a bit of a lie to say there's no additional dbus traffic, because actually most apps don't do this protocol at all. They only opt into it if they have the need to inhibit logout because they have unsaved documents. So gedit or the text editor would opt into this protocol already. Most apps don't, I think. So it's a bit of a trade-off there, but this communication has to happen in order to support this feature. So there's also an application interface which kind of is going to be the glue between the application code and the toolkit. So it's a couple of vfuncs in the G application class, and you'll get your app to implement those to build this G variant of data that you want to serialize and consume it again. And the intention is that your app will implement those and probably just call straight into GTK to say, okay, can you serialize all my widgets, please? Maybe it'll add some additional data on at the end, depending on what your app does. But the intention is that that is basically what apps have to implement, and the rest of it is taken care of in the toolkit and in GNOME session. So I've kind of covered some of this already, but this interface here and the code around it in glib is implemented and I think hopefully ready to merge pending on people reviewing it. Everything from that point onwards is a bit more hazy, so the session manager changes are done enough that I can make these diagrams from actual dbus traces, but not enough to land them straight away. So they need some high-level review, but they're not like, they're still full of horrible comments and printfs and stuff. But they are hopefully the right kind of shape. The GTK code for serializing, deserializing widgets, Matthias has prototyped it. I don't think it's in a state that's kind of near landing, but there's some ideas floating around, so it's a start. And the GNOME shell stuff for integrating, like deciding which app can get killed transparently in the background, that's a pipe dream at the moment. But one that we should probably start thinking about soon because it'll affect the protocols. Other areas that I haven't really thought about yet, haven't thought about non-GNOME desktops, so KDE, haven't thought about non-GTK apps and how you deal with like an app from one ecosystem running on a different desktop or vice versa. We need to deal with that, at least to make it fall back nicely, but hopefully to implement it everywhere or allow for that. There's no thought given to XSMP apps, which this is the precursor to the current dbus session management protocol. So these are really old apps, which probably only mean proprietary ones coming from big old crusty vendors, which somehow still need to work on Linux in I don't know, corporate environments. But basically, they'll need to fall back nicely and not break when this is introduced. As I said, the GTK serialization stuff needs a bit more work, and the whole thing, we need to make sure the API is the right shape before we start landing it. So there's a BOF session, sort of. It's the GTK BOF. So if you're interested in the GTK side of things and the toolkit side of things and you're able to contribute there, please come along. It would be great to get a good discussion about this with the idea to kind of move it forward and start landing bits of it. Hopefully we can maybe land the glib side of it as a result of that BOF. Probably the rest of it will be 1 or 2 cycles or maybe more out in the future. But yeah, validating the architecture is basically why I wanted to give this talk, so more people know about it, so more people can tell me it's terrible. And that's that. Any questions? Waiting for the microphone to turn on.
Okay, 2 microphones. Awesome. I'm cursed. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. This is something that the old like Sugar Desktop applications API had in a very simplified way. Did you take a look at any of that?
Literally only just heard of it.
Okay.
That would be good to look at. Yeah, I'll take a look at that later.
Yeah, it was very similar. I mean, restore and save, except for the widget serialization stuff, which I mean, at least for the the Sugar Desktop and their applications, wasn't really necessary. The API kind of worked without it. So I just really wonder what was the underlying motivations of doing the widget serialization and and deserialization, which looks complex.
I think just for any big app, it would be unmaintainable to manually write code that goes through every kind of important widget in your app and goes what's its state, what's its focus state. There's just too many things to keep track of, and they'd all change every time you move things around in the UI. So really, it needs to be done pretty much automatically by the toolkit, I think. I mean,
Will you consider doing an initial version but without it?
so the follow-up question was, would I consider doing it as an initial version but without the widget serialization support? I think probably yes. We could start landing parts of this and just have it not visible to the user but available for people to start building stuff on and test stuff on. Landing changes in glib, GTK, GNOME session, and major apps all at the same time in the same cycle perfectly is not going to happen. So it's going to happen sequentially in some way.
I'm going to take a question from online because we have one. So Alice asks, if it's going through the widget tree automatically, how does it deal with a widget tree that can change in runtime? Say adaptive apps where the widget tree can differ depending on the window size.
Matthias, do you want to answer that? Matthias is raising his hands. I think that's an unknown, but something that we'd have to consider. As I said, the GTK side of this is a prototype from a few years ago that didn't get very far. I don't think because it ran into problems, just because it was like ran out of time or moved on to other things. So yeah, that's something that would have to be thought about, and is a good point.
So I'm wondering where is data stored, and especially if you have sensitive documents open or something like that, is the data stored in a keychain or something like that?
Currently, it's just stored in a file in your home directory. I hadn't thought about that, but I suspect it would make sense for apps to take care of their own requirements for encrypting or decrypting or password protecting the data they provide. And I think maybe the session manager would only provide guarantees about like this stays within your home directory and we don't publish it on the internet. Something like that. Like we can't get all of the right constraints for all of the apps and support that within the session. So I think, yeah, it makes sense for apps to deal with that.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but lucky for you, it's a coffee break, and Philip will probably stick around to answer some questions. So come back in about 15 minutes for the AGM.
To obviously the highlight of the entire GUADEC, it's the opportunity to attend the GNOME Foundation AGM in person. So those who were at Zacatecas last year will have had this delight last year, but for those who weren't, this may be your first AGM, or it may be the first AGM you've been to in 4 years, so buckle in. Just the agenda. I really hate these slides, but we seem to always have them for some reason. I will talk about a series of things, and then it will finish. So introductions, and I think actually this is just a little bit of context. The elections essentially delivered their final result last Friday, giving the new directors, some of whom are from outside the GNOME community, 2 days to see whether they could attend to GUADEC or not. Eric actually managed to join the board and some of the meetings we had earlier in the week. He was around on Wednesday, but unfortunately had to leave. So we have, I think, remote participation from Michael, who has just absolutely amazingly shifted his time zone. He lives in the west coast of the US in Portland, so he has been like awake from like 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. like every every day, basically all week. So huge thanks to Michael. So he's watching. He is on the chat. So if we have any sort of addition from him or he wants to answer any questions, then he is available. So yeah, special awards to Michael. But yeah, lots of family and reality and things happening for various board members. So this is the board for the coming year. So we have 3 new directors in Eric Albers and Sonia Pierce and Michael Downey. And we have 4 ongoing directors because we have 2-year staggered terms. So myself, Jeremy, Sammy and Regina are continuing for the 2nd year of our 2-year term. And this is the first opportunity for everyone to give a huge round of applause and a big thanks to Martin and Philip and Thibault for their service in the board. Yes, not only developers and designers that are rock stars in the community. Keeping all of the wheels turning is also extremely important, so much appreciated. Each year, the board meets for our annual board meeting, not to be confused with the annual general meeting. The bylaws are very exciting. And we elect the officers of the corporation. So every non-profit is also a corporation. In the case of the GNOME Foundation, it's a California corporation. The laws require us to have particular human being individuals who are responsible for getting certain things done under corporation law. So we have a president who signs stuff, gets blamed when things go wrong, a secretary who helps organize the meetings and make sure that the things that have to happen in time and that we have minutes and those kinds of things, a chair who helps to run the meetings, and a treasurer who's responsible for, in a sense, keeping an eye on the finances and submitting the accounts and checking that we're making correct declarations about our finances and things. So we had our annual meeting at the start of the week, and we appointed these officers. So yes, this is who you can expect to be doing all of that exciting corporate paperwork. Woo! As a kind of implementation detail about how the board does everything that the board's expected to do, we have a number of what we call board committees. These are essentially subsets of the board that might meet more often or meet with specific focus. This is part of the changes we've introduced over the past, say, 4 or 5 years, where we've been trying to move the board more to a governance role. When I started in the board, and I think when Neil started as the executive director, then the board would meet every week and they would decide on, which colour was the tablecloth and would we spend $10 or $15? Would we do this or do that? Should we respond to this ticket or respond to this email? Now the board meets monthly for about an hour. And we have our in-person meetings, and we try to look at a sort of higher level. How do we set priorities for the staff? What are concerns from the community or the advisory board that we want to try and kind of respond to? And some of the detail stuff is then done in these smaller committees, so that not the whole board is meeting every week to all decide on the same things. So we have an executive committee that's kind of the sort of higher frequency, higher responsiveness things, so inbound requests and deciding what we put into the agenda for the main meetings and just kind of checking in with the staff on anything that comes up. So that will be myself and Michael, kind of helping Rosanna with her priority setting for the staff. Finance committee is to do with setting the budgets, looking at generating financial reports and things so that the board knows what's going on with the money, how is the foundation doing, and then checking our reporting and reviewing the tax return before the board approves it, these kind of things. So Sammy is the treasurer, and then Rosanna and I kind of support that. And then we have the governance committee, which is kind of the sort of meta board checking that the board is doing what it should be doing, that we have the right skills in place, that the board sort of meetings and processes are working effectively. So the governance committee tends to meet after the board and checks in on how the chair did and whether the agenda was well prepared, but also if the things that come to the board really require different skills or different perspectives, and maybe the organisation would be better served by thinking about different directors. And so just kind of looking at training, looking at recruiting, and how do we get the best board for the organisation. So these are relatively new, but they're sort of inside the box of the board. This is the board kind of breaking up into different working groups, basically. The other committees, which I think are more familiar, and we've had those in 15, 20 years of GNOME, sort of with some changes over the time, responsible for things within the wider community. So we kind of see these as community committees, and the board also has to appoint them every year, but we appoint them based on, they're mostly self-herding. The committees come and tell us, like, oh, we'd like to add or remove or change these things. So incremental changes here usually happen like every month. We'll add or remove someone from a committee. But some of these committees, I think especially the travel committee, there are individuals here who just work incredibly hard to process things like requests and make sure that some of the foundation's activities of supporting the project actually work smoothly. But yeah, all of these committees are dedicated volunteers who just keep all of the wheels turning for the whole community, and they sort of help the foundation reach into all the different activities and the things that we do. So thank you to all of our committee members. I've left my coffee over there. So I think if I drink the coffee, then the meeting will go faster, right? The other thing I wanted to do was to ask if the staff could stand up, maybe come to the front, ideally, for that embarrassing thing where we make the staff stand up and we say thank you. Is Christy around? So I think the first thing to point out is there are fewer names on this list than there were last year. We are still recruiting an executive director. The DevOps team has gone from 2 to 1. I think there's maybe a danger in the community of just sort of taking for granted the work that the foundation staff team do, because we kind of think, well, that's what always happens. There's always a GUADEC, and the servers are always running, and there's always people, there's always annual report and things. But the staff team is just amazingly dedicated and just keeps working at this really, really consistent level and delivering amazing work for the community. So, working in a non-profit foundation is not always the most glamorous. It's not always the most highly paid job. So I personally have a huge deal of appreciation for these people for just keeping all of the pumps running and keeping everything working. I think sometimes in the community we sort of forget on the other side of the foundation that's it. That's everyone who can respond and do everything that the foundation does. In my report, I talk about events, I talk about internships, I talk about infrastructure. It's a lot. This team does a lot for us as a community. So I'm really, really grateful. I have it on good authority that Rosanna bought a gift for all of the staff earlier in the week, and I said, yes, please do that. That's a good thing to do. But I'm not sure if anyone bought a gift for Rosanna, so I just have one last thing. So, what have we been up to? I think the high-level kind of synopsis is last year we had with Thibault a very kind of quite glitzy presentation, you know, a kind of alluring French accent and great ambitions for what the foundation would do. The board is mostly volunteers. We did not have an executive director for most of the past year. So I think we just have to maybe dial down the ambition a little bit from what we presented last year. And so with some apologies, but the new stuff is still in works. But all of the kind of core stuff that I said has still been going at full speed. So I think it's maybe the board that hasn't kind of added the things that we were hoping to add, but the foundation team has been going 100% throughout that time period. We do have, in Jeremy last year and this year, in Michael and Eric, we have directors who bring experience and connections and perspectives from outside of the foundation community. So I'm really kind of excited to see how the board comes together this year with these kind of new voices and new perspectives, and how that helps us to kind of build some of the sort of strategies and priorities that we have for the year. Well, just in terms of everything that the foundation has been doing, we've hosted or co-hosted 4 events, which, you know, that's just a vast amount of work. And in every, you know, many continents around the world. So through GNOME Asia, the Linux App Summit, co-hosted with KDE, GNOME LATAM with support from Manuel and his open source lab in Mexico. It's not here, but thank you. And to GUADEC here in Latvia. All of these a huge kind of effort across the entire staff team, and then the volunteers who actually give us the kind of contact in the ground, and the number of people involved in each of these events is just fantastic. So thank you to all of the event organisers and everyone who helps to make these things happen. Hackfests. Hackfests are cool. I think we should have more hackfests. There's actually quite a lot here, more than I thought, maybe these online hackfests. But we have kind of standing offers from the advisory board, so the companies in the space, to host Hackfest in their offices, and the foundation is available to sponsor travel to events. Hackfests are just a really effective way to just get people together and make progress on a certain topic. So I would really love to see an OpenQA Hackfest this year, which Sam will be organising soon. And I quite like an infrastructure hackfest as well. I think that there's a lot of front-loaded stuff that could really help Bart to shift some of the stuff that we're carrying around and kind of get that into a better place that is then easier for him to maintain kind of going forward. So if you have ideas for hackfests, there is a procedure currently on the wiki that explains how to organise one. It's pretty simple. Make a wiki page, email the foundation. Off you go. If we can help you with travel sponsorship, with venues and things, then please reach out to the foundation, because these are really effective ways for us to drive forward certain topics in the community. We've also been present at certain external events, so FOSDEM, State of OpenCon in London, Scale in the US, and FOSSI, which was last week. Another amazing feat for the staff team, one conference and then another one. And pretty cool is we also supported Regina and a couple of community members attending the Oscar Fest in Nigeria. So this is kind of part of a topic that the board will be building on over the coming year, which is looking at how we kind of support the growth and support the outreach to communities, local communities in different places around the world. So how do we get a kind of consistent, you know, not just we go there once, but how do we also support and grow and, if necessary, fund communities in different places? Asterisk, as long as we can raise the funds, but, you know, if we can get the money in, then we can move it out. And I think Christy has also got plans to go to a couple more conferences and sort of spread the word of GNOME in different places. So watch this space. Oh, here we go. Right. Yeah. So we have kind of GNOME community members at COSCUP, which is next week. No, this weekend. And promoting GNOME Asia. And then OSCAL, which is the open source conference Albania, and then Christy will be there kind of flying the flag for GNOME, and then we have the GNOME Asia conference towards the end of the year in Nepal. I think we are also going to be attending DebConf in India, which Christy will be attending as well. So thanks for the intrepid adventuring. Infrastructure stuff, I think early in the year, Andrea got a sort of new role inside Red Hat, so he went full-time within a kind of internal infrastructure team in Red Hat. But Andrea, together with Bart, had this kind of huge, like, mammoth feat to sort of turn off all of these clusters and ancient infrastructure and funny technologies and things to get stuff into a more consistent platform that we could keep running and supporting all of the different needs that the community has. And so this is a forever thing, but there have been some recent changes which Bart has blogged about, but new CI runners, new front ends for seamless upgrades, new build infrastructure, new CDNs, dealing with the fallout from no longer having Mailman, and then just keeping everything running. But particular thanks to Bart, who kind of spins all of these plates sort of by himself at this point, but also particular thanks to Andrea, who is no longer paid to work on this, but still finds time to help Bart out on these things. So a big thank you to the infrastructure team. The summer of code, I think mostly down to Felipe for just, helping to, and others, but for helping to organize this and coordinate this year on year. So we're very lucky to have this many summer of code interns. Something I think the foundation doesn't talk about enough is that we also, using the foundation's funds that comes from sponsors, advisory board members, we also fund a number of outreachy internships every year as well. So those aren't funded by Google or something, those are funded by the foundation. And we have one outreachy intern currently, but they have 2 sort of sessions a year, so they're also winter outreachy interns. So thank you particularly to Felipe for just making this happen and providing this experience and the opportunity for the interns to join the community. So, finances. What's going on here? So the top half is to do with revenue, which is a combination of advisory boards, conference sponsorship, and donations. And we've seen an increase in donations. I think there might be some small grants that have gone into there. And the expenditures have decreased because our staff team is smaller. The astute will note that the expenditure is higher than the income, which is something we can only do for a temporary period. We have somewhere in the region of 2.5, 3 years of reserves in terms of how long can we keep doing this for. Our hope is that we are able to unlock new funding opportunities with the new executive director. So we actually have a grant that's designed to help us pay the salary of the new executive director. And their biggest job is going to the wider world and telling the story of GNOME and finding opportunities for funders to join with us on program work and bring more funding in. So it's not a panic situation, but it is a temporary situation that we are spending more money than we're bringing in. So that needs correcting one way or another. We're trying to correct it in the optimistic direction of increasing the income. So in terms of how we're going to do that, what are our goals for the year? Obviously, everything that we do as a board in terms of setting strategies, priorities, different initiatives that we're working on, we have to have an eye on that funding and the ability for us to say, the foundation does this, that's great, and that's why you want to give us money. So just looking at opportunities to find these kind of overlaps between different initiatives that we can start and potential funding opportunities that we can match up with them. So, step 0 is to actually increase our capacity to do that, so complete the recruitment of the new executive director. We're working on a legal structure to jointly with KDE to sort of give FlatHub a home, and that's a sort of prerequisite for us going and looking for sponsorship that would support FlatHub but wouldn't necessarily support GNOME. And we're working on some new programming around globally inclusive events, so kind of what I was saying about going to different communities and being able to support the growth of communities and events in different places around the world. But I have a bit more detail on all of these. So, executive director recruitment. So we have a sort of search committee of volunteers, so we've kind of reconvened the previous committee, some alums from previously, community members with experience hiring in non-profits, and then representation from the board. So it's a sort of extension of the board's capability by volunteers to go out and help us with the search and the interview process. We had a bit of a false start last year. We had a job description, we put it on LinkedIn. We got a lot of candidates who were not really kind of that relevant. It was too easy to apply, lots of people applied, and we just had to sort through a lot of stuff. And so we actually tweaked the job description and really kind of focused on what the board was looking for. So things like that kind of advocacy, almost sort of evangelism and outreach and fundraising skills that we really needed to see in the new executive director to give the foundation these new capabilities or expanded capabilities. So we tweaked the job description earlier in the year and we've re-advertised it in very focused places, so sort of non-profit job boards and open source websites and things. And so we've been able to get. Actually, we're really pleased by the quality and the relevance of the applications that we got from that much more targeted process. So we have a very strong shortlist at the moment, and through the committee, with Rosanna kind of coordinating, we're arranging the full interviews with that shortlist at the moment. So we're hoping to conclude that. I'm not going to put a date on it, but it's in progress with more momentum than it has, last year. Again, the committee is all kind of volunteers doing this in addition to their day job and their non-profits that they work at and things. So we're sort of going as fast as we can. And as I mentioned, we have a grant from Endless, which is designed to kind of give the ED time to really kind of get up to speed and start to kind of build those programs and the stories and the contacts that we need to kind of grow the foundation. FlatHub, I think earlier this year, we launched the new version of the website. So the world's sort of least hidden secret, the beta website then went live. So huge improvement to the UI. The really cool feature of being able to verify applications. The point of FlatHub is to get direct connection between the developers and the users. So verifying that you are the app developer and that it gets a nice green tick, and the users have some confidence that they're receiving the application as intended by its developers. Also, hidden feature of repository subsets, where if you deploy some extremely poorly advertised Flatpak functionality, you can get just free software or just verified free software applications. We should probably improve the documentation on that, but that is there. So depending on kind of user preferences, distributor preferences, kind of local administrators, whatever, you can get the applications that you would like to see from FlatHub. But tried to enable the direct uploads this week, but it doesn't quite work. So like any day now, we have the ability for verified application developers to get the API token for uploading their application directly. So we have this in the case of OBS, we have this in the case of Firefox, where the upstream has their own build service that outputs the binaries, and we have now a way to scale that to other members of the community so that their CI and their release train can just put the binaries directly into FlatHub as well. So that's really exciting to see, fresh apps. Woo! I mentioned the legal stuff, having a direct-to-user kind of service, app distribution, especially when we start handling donations and payments. It has a different liability profile to the existing kind of work that the GNOME Foundation does. So we're establishing a different legal entity to sort of take care of those separate activities and separate money and liabilities. It also gives us the opportunity to establish a different governance process and a different governance structure for FlatHub, because it is a kind of cross-distro, cross-desktop initiative. So we have a joint governance process that we'll be sort of talking more about, and how KDE and the community is represented in like a sort of advisory board or governance board for FlatHub. To date, the development and the operations, which is a chunk of Bart's time, has been supported by Endless. But I wanted to give a particular thanks to Collier, who has been single-handedly kind of rewriting and redesigning the whole website kind of as a volunteer. And also to James Westman, who was last year working together with a nice team from CodeThink, and since then has been working by himself on all of the kind of back-end features and verification and things. James has graduated and gone to get a job somewhere else, but he has been sort of, very persistently working through all of these things on his contract with the foundation. So thanks both to James and to Collier. So I mentioned this a little bit. I'm sort of happy if Regina or Sonny want to add anything here, but we've seen across a few different forums successes at these different events where we either go and kind of represent GNOME in different communities around the world. And also we had a very successful kind of satellite mini GUADEC last year when GUADEC was in Latin America. Then we also had a European hub that enabled many more people to attend than if it had been just in one place or the other. So the foundation is kind of working on this. We haven't quite come up with what the answer will be. We may have to do some experiments and see what works for community members and what works for sponsors. The reality is that sponsors find it much easier to sponsor a physical event than to sponsor a kind of virtual event. So they can see the thing, they see this. So working out how we kind of package this and present this to sponsors would be really important. But we know that there are lots of corporate sponsors in the space and non-profit foundations that really look for initiatives that drive diversity and drive inclusion within the technology sector generally and open source specifically. So we're sort of working out how do we kind of do what we want to do, how do we do these things like events with satellites, or how do we do online events that are open to many more participants, at the same time as being able to sort of demonstrate that we're also advancing the inclusivity and the diversity within the community. So it's just a little bit of kind of work for us to do, between the board and the staff and the community of how do we package this and what new funding conversations does that open up. But we're hoping that we can kind of streamline that process. In theory, there's a wiki page. There's always a wiki page. In theory, there's a wiki page that will explain how you get money from the engagement committee. We don't have an engagement committee. So just making it really clear if you want to be kind of organising local community, local events, that the foundation makes an easier process for you to get the support. And rather than that's, just the circus comes to town and then disappears again, that's, can we make something that's a little bit more consistent and predictable, like this is how you arrange like a satellite event, this is how you arrange a release party. And so we have, it's kind of cookie cutter and we can really support people in a really consistent way, sort of throughout the year and nurture those local communities. So yeah, watch this space. No promises because we need money in to put money out, but we're hoping that we can put together a kind of funding pitch around this with some sensible kind of program objectives, and that we can convince people to support that. Sonny, would you? Yes.
There is something we did already is made remote speakers a requirement for future GUADEC events. So yeah, at least that.
Caroline's been working on kind of streamlining the bidding process for kind of GUADEC bids and making it clear kind of what's expected and getting a consistent format for the board to then consider the bids and work out which one kind of meets the foundation and the community's needs. So it's kind of coming together with that. Sonny, if you want to take this one, or I can ramble, but...
Sure, yeah. So, the Sovereign Tech Fund is a program run by the German government to fund open source infrastructure. Yeah, so software that is used by many people, but underfunded, maybe in some areas under-maintained, that is also considered critical. And Tobias had this great idea of applying on behalf of GNOME, and I joined the boat, and we've been working on this for months. I don't know, it goes really fast. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's going pretty well. We have a provisional acceptance for a substantial amount of money to be invested in the GNOME project. So it's not for the foundation, it's for development on GNOME. We'll be hiring a bunch of contractors to work on accessibility, security, QA, GNOME OS, all kind of areas. And the story we have here is sort of filling the gaps that are left by, having less corporate involvement in the last years, or just like these major changes that we've made, such as Wayland and Flatpak, which are necessary, but leave some, areas, a few gaps there. We'll have the final answer on the 4th of August. So mark in your calendar the date for celebration, or not.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Thank you to Tobias and Sonny for leading the initiative on this. This is extremely cool. Just sort of zooming out a little bit, there's a kind of slight... I've maybe had too much coffee, empathizing with Carlos yesterday. So the foundation has a role here, which is to help with the administration of those things, receiving the funds, holding it in the right currency, reimbursing the contractors when the work is done. And we are looking at a way to kind of offer that in a more scalable way to the community. So we do this, obviously, for the GNOME project somehow. We do this for FlatHub, we do this for GIMP, but we don't have a process where a core app or a Circle app can say, okay, I'd like to accept donations, I'd like to reimburse this equipment or this travel or something like that. So we'd really like to work out a way that the foundation's kind of legal and financial structure can be available more easily to the different kind of components and applications in the community. So watch this space. We're just trying to figure this out. It's a little bit of kind of financial kind of process stuff, a bit of legal stuff. Legal stuff's not too hard, but the process stuff is how do we kind of help Rosanna scale without just sending in 1,000 more receipts and things. We'll work through this over the coming months and see what we can come up with. But we had this requirement in the Circle applications that oh, you shouldn't use another fiscal sponsor, and then like well, how do we use GNOME as a fiscal sponsor? And okay, so we're trying to fix that because it obviously makes sense for Circle applications to have that support from the GNOME Foundation, and then people can look for donations, and it ties in very well with what we're doing in FlatHub. So yeah, watch this space. Just little shout-outs. Caroline has prepared the annual report, obviously with help from the volunteers and things, but Caroline's the one who's brought it together and presented it in a wonderful way. We have a printed copy, so if there are people in your organisation or community who would really appreciate from a nice printed copy of the annual report to know how wonderful the GNOME Foundation is and how much money they should give us, then I think those are at the registration desk. So yeah, annual report printed copy is available. The online version will be coming soon within the next week or so, so watch This Week in GNOME or social media from the Foundation to see when that's ready. Now, I think I get to sit down for a moment. So here we are, open to questions from in the room or from Matrix. Oh, there we go. Okay, the plan is perfect. We've already succeeded. Not even one? I'll check Matrix. Was there anything? No? We are also open to, this is not a question, but... Alan?
Since there's no other questions so far, can I ask two? Yay. Fun question first. Do we have an idea when we might have a new ED? Is there a timeline?
Starting interviews next week. Yeah, we're interviewing next week, so a month or two, optimistically, but yeah, two or three probably more realistic. 2 or 3 months, hopefully.
I'm not sure. Can you repeat that? I didn't quite hear.
You want it in bright neon lights? We're hoping within 2 or 3 months. So we're starting interviews next week. But again, volunteers, many interviews, and just trying to keep things moving. Yeah, 2 months optimistic, 3 months maybe more realistic, but we'll do what we can.
Okay, thank you. Second question, something I've been thinking about a little bit recently. Like, kind of basic things that you kind of look for in a well-managed open source project. Like, do you have a good funnel for attracting new contributors, for example, or like are there like major gaps in your build tooling, or just kind of general project stuff that you need to be running well. And I wonder like who in the project should be doing that and checking that that stuff is done and is in a good shape. And I guess I did my lightning talk about the week, and like our documentation for new contributors, for example, isn't in great shape right now, and it would be kind of cool to have a group of people who could help keep an eye on those kind of things. And right now it doesn't feel like there is a group that does have that responsibility. It's not quite the board, it's not quite the release team. So like, I'd be kind of interested to get a kind of board perspective on where they think that responsibility might be best to go.
Oh, we can go.
One thing we discussed at the board meeting is that there's many great ideas, such as, for example, encouraging engagement and measuring and all of these things, but the main problem right now is funding. And so that's why we're like really focusing on on the funding part through all of this, topics that we talked about, global inclusive events, grants, collective, and so on. And if, I would maybe bring this to the next maybe meeting, or just to give us time to fix that problem, perhaps.
And basically, just to add that the whole idea we had for the global inclusive event is basically so that we could basically get more volunteers that could work on these things. And I've spoken to quite a number of people here at GUADEC that has great ideas, but as you all know, we need money to implement great ideas, right? And we also need the people to work with us. Practically, most of the people we have right now within the project, you would agree with me that some of them are burned out. They are not so much motivation at the moment. So we're trying to basically look at all of these practical, factors and see how we can get people, excited again to basically do things that would bring in new contributors. So if you have any idea, please, we're open to hearing your ideas.
I think in some cases where there's the opportunity to have funding to invest into some of these underinvested areas, so there's just having a clearer documentation story, clearer kind of onboarding for new developers and things. Until I think some point last year, Emanuele was working sort of on a contract to do a certain chunk of GDK4 work, but then also to do some developer outreach and redo the documentation of those things. So the foundation was kind of enabling those from, I'd say, a legal and kind of funding perspective. But we don't have a lot of capacity within the foundation to go off and manage and start new projects unless we also can bring funding at the same time. So there's a little bit of a kind of chicken and egg thing here. It would be great if we had, a good kind of consistent funding run rate, and we could have some, in a sense, community maintainers or kind of community organising people that were able to set up the newcomers committee or whatever, just put more kind of momentum and weight behind these things. But we can't sort of hire those staff and then fund them. We need to fund them and then hire them. So it could be a partnership between, if you, someone, you or someone like you wanted to arrange stuff in the community, then we could look at how we kind of package that for potential funders and how we then could work between sort of community initiatives and support them from the foundation. But yeah, no hugely insightful, easy answer, unfortunately. At the end of the day, someone needs to do it, and or we need money to pay someone to do it, and both of those have their different challenges.
And just to add, Melissa had a talk yesterday where she mentioned possible ways that you can actually support GNOME, not basically having to have like a personal phone. If you have a personal phone, that's a good thing, but you could actually pitch this project to prospective sponsors out there, and they could take it up from there.
Hello. It's working. I feel like I shouldn't be the person asking this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Does the foundation have plans, and if it has, which are these plans, to include carbon emission and environmental impact measurements into the foundation, into the processes, have some sort of group or team working on this, or not? Like, this is the moment where I remove my mask and I'm Philip.
We actually did talk on Monday about this because we were sort of looking at the difference between the travel committee policy and how it requires you to save money in certain ways, and how we would balance that with, well, actually we should promote and support ground transport and avoiding flying and those things. And the truth is, it's kind of hard, right? Because we have a legal obligation to spend our money and resources efficiently in support of our mission. And our mission is one thing, and it's not decarbonisation, which is an extremely valuable mission, and it's what I'd be working on personally if I wasn't working on free and open source software. So, and indeed it's something I do in my spare time as well. But so it's challenging to me to sort of switch hats and say, well, actually, I personally care about this, but my kind of legal responsibility is to, in a sense, not care about this. And so we're looking for ways to, kind of square the circle a little bit and say, well, there's a framework we could, for example, change the travel policy and actually to permit and promote ground travel, even if it is more expensive, within certain parameters. But ultimately, if a sponsor gives us $5,000 to bring as many people as possible, and then we spend $5,000 on one ticket to take a container ship from one side of the world to the other to avoid the flight, we're not going to get that money again. So we need to find ways to kind of balance this. But I've been very appreciative of the work that Philip's done in terms of being able to just kind of quantify and kind of see the carbon impact of what we're doing. I think we're sort of open to seeing within the legal parameters and the kind of mission parameters that we have, how can we kind of do the best we can within those structures. But yeah, kind of a little bit, it is what it is. But with kind of individual and kind of community action, we can see what's possible. I think if people have the option to make some different travel choices and things, then we can reimburse as much as we could by sort of trying to meet the policy with what people want to do. I think the sort of supporting global events and hybrid events, allowing people to have real contact to a local community rather than always needing to travel. I see both sides of that argument, because I think that actually meeting in person is a huge kind of benefit for those personal relationships and being able to understand the human behind the keyboard. So I don't want to kind of eliminate those, but equally we can reach many more people with less travel funding and less carbon if we also work out ways to have sort of communities that has local reach as well as global reach. So that's definitely an area where we can say that's additive to what the foundation's doing, and it doesn't take us off mission, because it says, okay, we're doing outreach, we're enabling communities in different places. And that's something I think is easier to get funding for, because we can say this is an inclusive event, we're able to bring people who can't or won't travel. And then extend the community and hopefully find those newcomers and kind of local relationships around the project.
Hi, last year GUADEC was in Guadalajara, Mexico. The first time it's been outside Europe. Since this is the first big meeting after that, I'm curious to hear more of the board's thoughts about how well that went and what that means for the future for GUADEC then. Thank you.
Always the same hands. No, I think we were pretty worried about that, because it was a first in a couple of ways. It was the first in-person kind of events after the kind of COVID restrictions were lifted. And it was also the first time to bring kind of GUADEC outside of Europe. But the board 3-4 years ago really made that an intentional policy decision, actually no longer than that, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but it got kind of delayed. We made this intentional decision that we would try to have GUADEC move around and to kind of have this kind of concentration of core contributors and developers being able to meet communities in different places. And in light of the preceding question, this is obviously very much a double-edged sword, and so we're trying to sort of iterate on that idea. I was actually really pleased to see, I guess, the kind of health and enthusiasm of the parallel satellite event, the mini GUADEC, which Sonny organised in Berlin with and Tobias. Okay, sorry. Okay. The Berlin Cool Cats arranged. So that was really nice to see, because that was not something that the foundation kind of predicted, although we were able to give some small supports at the last minute. So just being able to say, actually, that's a really cool way of people who wouldn't travel from one side of the Atlantic to the other, being able to still attend an event. So we're hoping to lean into those kind of things. I think that's a way to really make the community more open. That was the stated goal of moving it around, is that we would then be able to get different attendees. We used to have, I guess going back 10 plus years, we used to have a Boston GNOME Summit, we used to have a US event, and we would always see a different collection of contributors meeting up there. So just being able to move the conference around a little bit is really beneficial for building those kind of contacts and relationships and sort of giving that enthusiasm to the community. So we're just trying to balance those two things, like how do we kind of take the take the community around and get the strong connectivity, but also allow for participation locally. But yeah, we were worried it went better than we expected from two angles. I mean, it was a great event in Mexico, and it was also a great event in Berlin, and just the possibilities opened on both sides were very positive.
Okay, hello. I wanted to ask one question related to funding and some issue that I have spoken in previous times with some members of the community, not specifically about the GNOME Foundation, but I would also like to be interested about the situation in the GNOME Foundation. So there's one of these situations where we are in software, where we are people from all over the world, people that live in different things, people have different life requirements regarding money, different expectations. I mean, it's, when we talk specifically, for example, about developers, hiring somebody in the US is probably 10 times as expensive as hiring somebody in the small rural area where I come from in Spain. And I wanted to ask if the foundation has any kind of policy ideas, structure to negotiate in these kind of situations when funding is really a bottleneck for what you have described, and how can we do it to, because that's something that probably can also help inclusivity and people from different countries where it might be easier to hire a couple of people in a certain place, giving them sort of similar privileges for a lot less cost. Is there any thoughts, plans, ideas, policies?
I know that Sonny is kind of wrestling this octopus at the moment because in terms of working out how to budget and account for very different like hourly rates and expectations for companies with contractors working for these big tech clients, and then some student working part-time with or in a different country. I mean, I think the foundation sort of the boring legal answer is we have a responsibility to be efficient with the funds that we have from our sort of donors and grant organisations. So when we're looking at how do we decide how to do some work if we have funding for development work. I mean, I've had great results usually by posting in social media and kind of asking for different things, or maybe we advertise a role on a website and give it some promotion, and then we have to look at what's the balance between the cost and then the skills and the suitability. So it's just to show that there's been some process and consideration of like, well, who could do the work and who would be the best to do the work, and then what are the cost implications of those different options. We for the Flat Hub project, for example, we kind of advertised in a few different places for both individuals and companies who could work together with the foundation. In the end, we chose both. So we had a student working with a kind of one hourly rate, and we had a great support from CodeThink, who gave us like a fixed price for many hundreds of hours of work. And so we were able to be quite efficient with the funds in that case, just by having a combination of these different bids that came in.
Yeah, I think also it's all connected with this like global GNOME initiative, sort of, because yeah, I think it would be great if we could prioritize people in the global south, not just from a financial perspective, but also just for visibility and engagement and diversity and so on, right? But we also need to hire people who are talented at what they do, and so we need to like foster these communities for people to gain like really this knowledge, experience, that then we're confident, giving them a bunch of money to do the work. Yeah. So yeah, but that's something I'm really interested in doing eventually. Yeah.
Thank you very much. But if at some point there's some policy ideas or something structured, that would be very great if that, sure, at least from my personal perspective. But thank you very much.
Patch is welcome. Patch is welcome. I mean, actually, you can contact the board, and if this would be something like, I guess, a procurement policy or something like this, but we don't have one currently. I mean, the IRS has plenty to choose from, but in a sense, we just try to balance, these aspects that Sonny was saying. It's a kind of, the risk of hiring someone you know versus someone you don't know, and then the benefits to being diverse and inclusive in those, and how do you balance the kind of, well, we spent the money, but we didn't get the desired result. So yeah, we're kind of open to dialogue on that.
Yeah, another thing on this topic, I was talking I don't know, before GSOC, I think, with Regina or Outreachy about, maybe if she knew someone in our local community that would be interested. But I also expressed my concern about encouraging people to get into GNOME technologies because it doesn't necessarily lead to a job, right? Especially in the global south. And so, yeah, I think it would be a great way to actually, I would feel way more comfortable if we offered jobs, and then promote GNOME and say, okay, the person, here who's doing a really good job could get money to work on this or that. Yeah, so also from that angle.
And just to add to what he just said, the practicality is very, very true. You would actually want to hire someone that's worked with GNOME for quite some time, as against someone that is new to the technology. And that's basically why, like you said, part of the Global Initiative event for GNOME is basically going to look into new contributors and get them involved in GNOME technology, and all of that. So it's the sad truth, right? You will basically want to employ someone that is familiar with technology than as against someone that is not familiar with the technology. So that's basically what the Global Initiative for GNOME is basically going to be doing, bringing new contributors, get them to be familiar with the GNOME technologies, and then possibly other things can continue from there,
And maybe just the last thought on this one. This is one of the kind of thoughts behind FlatHub and being able to add donations or payments into that kind of developer-user kind of relationship. It's just allowing people to explore different models for funding, and just to have a sponsorship that helps you to find time in your week to work on free and open source software. I don't expect that we're going to be moving millions of dollars anytime soon, but equally having the opportunity to just open that discussion and have a sort of financial relationship alongside the releases and the bug tickets and the chat. I think it's a very healthy thing for us to support and just appreciate people's realities. Just on the matrix, we have a +1 for online participation, or several, +5 at least. And a question from Cassidy that I agree I'm not really sure how to ask.
Yeah. I wrote it out in the chat, and then I'll try to say it more concisely. So this year I attended the advisory board meeting for the first time, and something we kind of noticed both in the advisory board and just like at GUADEC in general this year is there seems to be a bit of a lack of participation in the advisory board, especially compared to in the past. And there's also been some brainstorming around types of organizations and like specific organizations that could be invited to the advisory board. At the same time, I know everybody on staff and everybody on the board of directors wears way too many hats already and has, everybody has 5 jobs. This is something I would be interested in like taking on, of like reaching out to organizations. But there's it's not clear where the line between like officially representing the foundation as a community member, where that line is. Like, how do I get approval for that? Do I just do it and hope for the best? And I think that goes for like the grant application process as well. Like, where's that line in representing the foundation as a community member?
We can probably just tell us who's doing it or tell us you plan to do it and then press on. I think where you want to kind of ask is where we need to give some kind of official validity to what you're doing and saying, I've spoken to the foundation, they'd be really happy to support this, receive this, sign this, do this, and so I'm looking for ... But just to say that, you're kind of outreaching on behalf of the foundation, it can be good to have a conversation beforehand. Equally, that then allows us to work out how we can support and promote what it is that you're doing. And like, oh, hey, Cassidy's like doing this great thing, like go and talk to him if you have any ideas, so we can do social media and we can sort of arrange sort of communications and support around it. And Melissa has got some additional thoughts.
This would be something that would be really great to coordinate, So amazing when the community wants to outreach and find grants and foundation and support and other financial contributions. And I definitely think that that done in conjunction with the foundation knowledge as well as the staff support really creates a very robust offering. And so working all together to make sure that those on the staff know what's going on and can support you with the social media and the marketing and other collateral, as well as making sure that the staff outreach does not cannibalize your outreach is definitely a more of a partnership. But also it's amazing when we get referrals. Hey, I've spoken to this person at this conference. They're very excited about participating. It'd be so wonderful if you could follow up with what you're looking for, what your needs are, because the staff is always executing on the foundation's vision, and so sometimes we want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
What worked well for Tobias and I with the STF is just go there, find a contact, and then say, we are members of the GNOME community, and then da-da-da-da-da, right? So you don't say, we are the GNOME Foundation, we're the GNOME community, we're a member of the GNOME community. And then once we have something a bit more concrete, we drop the message to Rob, but I guess you can text also Melissa or anyone on the staff of the board, and just say, hey, I'm doing this, is it okay if I now start speaking on behalf of the GNOME Foundation? And then you enter a discussion and make sure that everything is.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, side comment from the organizers. Yeah, my name is Peters. So one side note would really help if we would focus on having very detailed online part of the conference, because right now we kind of have something, but it's like we just started to get questions only on second day on the streams, and I think we would need to also advertise event a bit more, that it actually has online component, so people actually join that. I think while it is a limiting for those who cannot visit in person, like they can't have the regular chats and everything is around talks, but it's still quite important to kind of underscore that you can actually join, because I don't believe we will ever have like worldwide conference of the GNOME. Like, there will be always regional conferences. So I feel that might be something very good to like make it very integral of the conference overall. Because what I heard, the Berlin mini GUADEC was kind of ad hoc thing, and it turned out really great. So maybe that's something need to be actually nurtured. Thank you.
Maybe last question from Georges?
Oh. I'm wrapping up with a spicy one.
Oh, that's all we have time for.
Yeah, I haven't had time to like process all of this, so it might be really stupid, but I'll try it anyway. So I was really happy to see in one of the slides a very quick note on like maybe core and circle apps could be funded somehow in some way. So as I don't know if other community members would feel this way, but as a relatively long-term community member, it's about more than a decade now, working on GNOME, I've been maintaining like core apps for about that long. And like the message that I'm getting, and it's an important message to pass, is that we want to fund and help the sustainability of the project by attracting new people. And in large, working on the platform has provided us like a bunch of new apps and cool new stuff happening, like FlatHub and whatever. And like it is to some degree like warming up the indie app development, new people working on GNOME. That's fantastic. a lot of the conversation seems to revolve around getting new people into GNOME. It is a fantastic goal to have, of course. But I also get the message that, like, I often get the implicit message that the people who are already working on the core of the whole thing is left out, you know. We are probably gonna get money into the hands of external app developers, third-party app developers, before we figure out how to reward the people who have been contributing to GNOME for more than a decade. What are your thoughts, the foundation, the board thoughts on, and maybe if you have like concrete plans on funding the core of GNOME in addition to the extended platform?
Yeah, totally share your thoughts and emotions on the topic. I kind of make it a point that I represent volunteers on the board, so people who are not paid full-time to work on open source, and even if they do a lot outside, you know, it gives you this sustainability and yeah. So yeah, that's something we talked about during the board, and that's exactly what the initiative to sustain GNOME core apps is about giving money to maintainers of those core apps. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much. So there was an initiative, I think a couple of years ago, by a few GNOME community members that did not see the light, but everything is sort of ready. So we're hoping that we can encourage them to proceed, continue, and then GNOME Foundation will just do the paperwork, the fiscal fund sponsorship, and we can just launch this soon. But yeah, and the money would go directly to the people working on the core apps, the ones who are available to do contracting work and so on. Yeah, but that's still very open to details by now. Yeah.
Just to add on the word you use, sustainable, and all of that, the word sustainability comes around bringing in new people either ways, because the core maintainers at the moment, at some point, they're going to get either older or not more interested in GNOME or burned out. These are realistic research that has been done by open source organizations and all of that. If you go to Google and research on practical issues that maintainers face, you would see that to drive sustainability in any project in open source, you have to think about long-term, bringing in new people into your projects. And so while we talk about helping, like Sonia said, core maintainers to get their due rights and reward for doing such a tremendous job, we also have to, in parallel, discuss about how to bring in new people that would, in long term, basically continue. Should you get tired, burned out, or get other interest in life and all of that, we will not leave the GNOME project just standing. So I think that it's a good thing that we're having this both conversation in parallel.
I definitely agree that it's a yes and, right? The whole process of having sustainability is about having newcomers. It's about sort of supporting and rewarding the people who are inside the community. And even code of conduct, right? It's about removing the people that are net detractors to the community. So there's a whole kind of maintaining the flow and the sort of centering of the contributors who are building the community. I mean, things like FlatHub, I would not say are targeted to newcomers. They're targeted about opening new sort of economic opportunities for people who are, already in or coming into the community. I mean, we didn't see it yet, but it's there that when you make a donation to a FlatHub application, then the default is a proportion of that also goes to the the runtime. So KDE or GNOME or Free Desktop SDK, although I've no idea how we sort that out. But someone receives some funding to support the platform and the core and the technologies. But as Sonny was saying, as we can open funding opportunities through the foundation, then we're then able to open sort of economic possibilities for those people. But it's relatively rare for the foundation to have a bunch of money to give to development. And so where we have done that, I mean, we've typically hired people within the community to support that work that they're doing. And then you're making a trade-off between the community you have versus the community you want to have. But both are, none is more important than the other. I think both are critically important because we need to both kind of grow and nurture the contributors, both inside and outside.
Yeah, and in case anyone is wondering why this the money from the Sovereign Tech Fund would not go into core apps, it's because it's slightly out of scope, right? They really care about infrastructure, maintenance, security, and not really front end or apps. So that's why we need to find if we're gonna do more of these grants projects and so on, we need to fill the gaps for core apps because that's what's difficult to fund. Yeah.
So, time to finish. One last thing. Our Community Appreciation Award, aka Pants of Thanks. So the individual, perhaps unsurprisingly, cares deeply about GNOME. Helps out app developers almost every single day. Plays the guitar, but only one song. They hold controversial opinions, which some even turn out to be right. And they are a climate advocate and activist, yes, also gluing to stuff. So we would like to give our community appreciation to Tobias Bernal.
This is very unexpected. Thanks so much. I don't know what to say. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so thank you everyone online and in person, much appreciated. We now have the group photo, which will be on the stairs outside, in front of the lobby. So, not outside, inside, in the lobby, the stairs. Thank you everyone.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're about to start the next sessions of talks in track 1. So up first is Deep, talking about building and securing cloud-native applications using GNOME.
Yeah. Hey, folks. So today's topic is about building and securing cloud-native applications using GNOME. So at first, a bit of introduction about myself. My name is Deep Nandre. Currently, I'm a teaching assistant at D.Y. Patil International University, which is in India. Previously, I was an intern at Data on Kubernetes community, and I'm also an open source enthusiast. So let's get to the agenda. So today we are going to cover a bit of what is cloud native development and why it does matter. Next, we'll check what are the benefits and challenges of cloud native development. Later, we'll check how GNOME technologies support cloud native development. And last and not the least, how GNOME technologies ensure cloud security for users. So at first, what is cloud native development and why does it matter? So have you ever wondered how some of the most popular apps such as Netflix, Spotify, or Amazon Prime, like how are they able to deliver fast, reliable, and personalized experiences to millions of users around the world? So in this talk, I'll show you how GNOME technologies can enable and improve cloud native developments and security by providing a set of tools and frameworks that help developers create and deploy applications that run on the cloud and also benefit from cloud services such as authentication, storage, and other tools. I'll also show you how GNOME can improve cloud security for users by providing a secure and private computing environment by leveraging encryption, sandboxes, VPNs, firewalls, and stuff around it. So at first, let's get into cloud native environment. So we'll focus on CNCF, which is Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So this is CNCF landscape. It is a map that shows the various open source projects and products that are related to cloud native computing. Cloud native computing is an approach to building and running applications that also leverage the benefits of the cloud, such as scalability, reliability, agility, and cost efficiency, which we'll talk about it in the later. Also, the CNCF landscape is divided into several layers, into categories based on the functionalities, like suppose purpose of the projects and products. For example, like runtime orchestration, management, observability, and analysis, and more stuff around cloud services. So as you can see here, according to a recent survey by CNCF, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, 84% of respondents are using containers in production, up from 23% to around like 24% in 2016. So the same survey was also done with Kubernetes, which is the most popular container orchestration tool, which had an adoption rate of about 78%. So yeah, Kubernetes is also like in production and has increased a lot since last year. So it is a tool which always gets improved and used. Yeah, so next is benefits and challenges of cloud native development. So we did talk about a bit of cloud native, what is it and how it works, but let's see what are the benefits and challenges around it. So at first, scalability. Cloud native applications can scale up to down, or they can scale up and down automatically according to the demand without affecting the performance or availability of the application. Talking about the reliability, cloud native applications can handle failure gracefully and recover quickly without losing data or functionality. They can also leverage this cloud infrastructure to ensure high availability and fault tolerance. Talking about the cost efficiency, cloud native applications can optimize the use of resources and pay only for what they use, reducing operational and maintenance costs. So if we talk about agility, cloud-native applications can enable faster and more frequent delivery of features and updates, improving customer satisfaction and business outcomes. They can also support continuous integration and continuous delivery, which is the CI/CD pipeline, and other like DevOps practices or DevSecOps practices, and other agility methods to enhance collaboration and to innovate more. So now talking about the challenges. So the one and like the most promising challenge is the complexity about the projects and everything. So basically, the cloud-native applications can introduce complex in terms of architecture, design, the use of it, the development, testing, deployment, and managing all the servers, clusters, and everything. They also require more skills and knowledge to deal with the distributed nature to the cloud, the diversity of the cloud platform and services, and the integration multiple technologies and tools. So if we talk about the security part here, cloud-native applications can face more security threats and risks due to increased exposure and attack of the on the surface of the cloud. The shared responsibility model of the cloud providers and customers, the dynamic and ephemeral nature of the cloud resources. They can also require more security measures and best practices to protect data, identity access network, and other application layers. Also, if we talk about like the vendor lock-in, cloud native applications can become dependent on specific cloud providers or services, making it difficult to switch or migrate to other similar or different options. So they also can face compatibility issues and then performance degradation or most of around it. They can also incur higher costs or lose functionality when moving away from proprietary or specialized cloud features from other tools or services. So let's talk about the critical security challenges we get here. At first is denial of service attack. Denial of service is DOS, or it is basically the attack which aims to make a cloud service unavailable to its user by overwhelming it with a large amount of traffic or by pinging it more and more so the user can't access it. Talking about the account hijacking, these attacks involve gaining unauthorized access or control of a cloud account by stealing or cracking login credentials or exploiting the vulnerabilities around it. Also, if we talk about the cloud malware injection attacks, these attacks involve injecting malicious software such as viruses or ransomwares or more like viruses around it into cloud resource or infrastructure, promising their fault in the functionality or the entire data. So if we check the insider threats, mostly it is access privileges gained by the internal team members. So these attacks involve malicious or negligent insiders such as employees, contractors, or the ones who you give your IAM accesses and everything to the cloud resources, and then they use the data for personal gain or just sabotage it. Last but not the least is the side channel attacks, exploiting or like sharing physical or virtual machines, which also comes similar to the insider threat. But these attacks involve exploiting the shared nature of the cloud infrastructure to extract sensitive information from the other tenants or applicants running on the same physical or virtual machines. Yeah, so how GNOME technologies support cloud native development? So GNOME technologies support cloud native development by providing a set of tools and frameworks that help developers create and deploy applications that run on the cloud, and also benefit from the cloud services such as authentication, storage, analytics, and much more. Some of these GNOME technologies are GTK, Flatpak, and Builder. Okay, I know the Flatpak logo is a bit old. I know there's a new logo, but Yeah. So if anyone doesn't know what GTK Flatpak and Builder does, GTK is basically a software created which runs on desktops, mobile devices. GTK supports various themes, widgets, and animation and accessibility around it. If we talk about Flatpak, Flatpak is basically a system for building distributed sandbox desktop and applications different around Linux. Flatpak also allows developers to bundle their applications and dependencies in isolated containers that can run on any Linux system. And talking about last and not the least, but Builder, and it is basically an IDE for creating GNOME-based applications, and which supports various languages and frameworks with features such as debugging, feature control, Flatpak integration, and much more around it. So how does GNOME ensure security to its users? So GNOME Technologies ensures security for users by providing a secure and private computing environment that leverages some of the following features and tools, which, one will cover with encryption. GNOME supports encryption for both data at rest and data in transit, with tools such as Seahorse and GNU PG to help users manage their encryption keys and certificates. If we talk about the sandboxing, GNOME uses Flatpak and other sandboxing technologies such as Bubble Wrap, FileGel, and Snap to isolate applications from each other and from the system, preventing unauthorized access to the system. If we talk about firewall, GNOME also uses Firewall ID, which is another, to manage firewall rules and zones for different network interfaces, and helping it to prevent unauthorized access to it from the network or a device. If we talk about VPNs, GNOME supports various VPNs such as OpenVPN or WireGuard. We can also create multiple tunnels around it, and we can secure our access using resources while protecting the server from malwares and attacks around it. Also, similarly, while talking about VPN, we can also talk about proxies. Similarly, GNOME supports proxies that sit between a client and a server, providing secure access to resources while protecting the server from malware and other different threats. Also, here's an interesting part, which is Tor integration. GNOME also integrates with Tor through tools such as Tor Browser, OnionShare, Riot.im, or Tor Birdly. Mostly people do use OnionShare or Tor Browser. It's more convenient, but then which also, it basically anonymizes internet traffic by routing it through multiple relays, helping users to avoid censorship, surveillance, and tracking. Also, if we go about password management, GNOME provides tools and features to help users create, store, and use storage passwords for different accounts and services, helping to protect their online identity. If we talk about confidential computing, a feature that protects data in use by encrypting it while it is being processed in the cloud. Confidential computing uses hardware or software-based trusted execution environments, which is also known as TEEs, to isolate data and code from unauthorized access or modification. So basically, I used this TEEs when I was working for a project with a professor, which was it was a project around Canada, which the software was about Safekeeper. The Safekeeper was basically where we can secure the web passwords using TEs and stuff around it. So basically, computing it confidentially. Yeah, if you want to learn more about cloud native development or GNOME technologies, you can visit this website. Yeah, thank you.
So, do we have any questions? Any comments? As always, compliments? Well, someone is thanking you.
Yeah, thank you.
If we have any other comments, thanks, or any question from the public, we're happy to take them.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, you are going to be around the conference. Anyone, feel free
Yeah.
to reach him and talk about anything you'd like. So then we are going to take a couple of minutes and then get ready for the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the app. It's already here before I arrived and never really tried it out. You right click and then you write in the number of minutes, and I think after a while reset restart means so yeah. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm like just open about it. Yeah.
So they can also apply on this. So, hello everyone and welcome back from lunch. And so, good to see you back in the room. We are going to continue our next talk. We have two speakers now. We have Evan Welsh and Sonny Pierce, and they are going to speak about just JavaScripting GNOME tooling. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Well, hello, everybody. I hope you are not completely comatose from lunch, because we have a very exciting second round talk about the up-and-coming memory-safe, type-safe even language that is happening all over the world. So what we're going to talk about today is GJS tooling. If you don't know what GJS is, it is JavaScript for GNOME. Some things we're going to talk about today include TypeScript, Workbench, and some other exciting projects that are coming in the pipeline. If you want to click links, follow along, read with your own accessible devices, there's a link at the bottom of this slide right now to download it. It's evanwelsh.com/talks/gjs-tooling.pdf. I'll wait like a second for you to mentally capture it. Okay, so I'll be presenting today along with Sonny over here, who will be taking over in just a few short slides, I'm sure. You can see our matrix handles up there, as well as our various GNOME usernames. So let's get started. Let's talk about TypeScript. I'm sure you've heard of this emerging web technology somewhere in the past decade. You may have said, oh, is this just as scary as JavaScript? Or, I don't know if I want to work on the web. That sounds scary. But TypeScript is just a language, and it has a lot of good benefits that we can actually use in GNOME to deliver better technology, better ecosystems, and even things like better documentation. So to give you a very small example of what TypeScript is a strongly typed language that expands JavaScript. So I hope this is kind of visible. Maybe I should have bolded it. But this is a function in JavaScript. You just call it, say like open the shell. But if you notice, there's actually two arguments to this function, but we're only passing one. That could be problematic at runtime, but nothing in JavaScript tells you that this is going to be a problem, other than maybe an error somewhere down the line when you're running the shell and all hell breaks loose. What TypeScript gives us is types. So we can say, oh, number of windows, that should be a number, a debug message should be a string, and then if we run TypeScript, it says, ho, 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 you only passed one parameter into a two-parameter function. That's a compile time error. Seems useful, right? Now, what we're going to talk about now is how GNOME can love TypeScript. Just like GNOME loves Rust, just like GNOME loves C. Oh yes, C++. So there are a lot of different ways that GNOME can love TypeScript. And the first one I'm going to talk about is TypeScript for new features. Again, maybe I should have bolded this code example, but fingers crossed. what TypeScript actually allows us to do is to test and develop against new JavaScript features once they're standardized. So typically once a JavaScript feature is standardized by the steering committee, it can take anywhere from 1 to 2, even 3 years to reach GNOME, because we use Firefox, and Firefox and Chrome are fairly conservative when it comes to just shipping out new language features to users. They like to test it and make sure it's performant and do a lot of optimizations before it hits, the bleeding edge of the web. But TypeScript, as a language, says, no, we want to get this out in front of users as fast as possible. So a great example of this from the talk, I believe, yesterday, is decorators. So decorators actually just arrived in TypeScript, which means you can use them right now and test and actually iterate on GNOME APIs that use decorators in JavaScript well before our engine and GJS support it natively. So we actually have a draft MR right now in GJS to test out a decorators API using TypeScript for the test suite. Yeah, what I just said. The other really cool feature of TypeScript is that it gives you a level of type safety and type information that you just don't typically get in a JavaScript application. And this can even be true of using TypeScript on top of JavaScript. So here's a shell example, just throwing it out there. And so if we hover over this function in a TypeScript environment, we can actually see the return type of this get default function in some other module. We can click and go to that function, and also then we can get type inference on what are the members of that class. So it can really level up the development of day-to-day shell developers, GJS app developers, and even extension developers. Extensions are obviously a category that can be controversial at times, but what they provide is an excellent way for people to get into the GNOME ecosystem along with Flatpak and FlatHub. And what's great is if they make less errors doing so. So I also wanted to showcase some more complex examples that TypeScript can really help with. I think some Rust people might be familiar with these very powerful macros that can really add some type safety to GObject concepts and glib concepts. TypeScript does something very similar for JavaScript. So it actually lets you express things like glib variant syntax. So like the strings we put in that are like B, B, A, A, I, I, O, U, Q, I don't know. It can convert those into actual types and give you an error if you do something wrong. So hopefully you can read this, but it's, I'm creating a new glib variant. I give it the type of like, bracket U, A, curly bracket, SV. What does that actually mean? Well, TypeScript can say, whoa, you're trying to give me a string where it should be an unsigned integer. So it provides a level of safety, and also, you don't find these awkward things out at runtime when users report them. The next big thing that TypeScript can provide through all of these wonderful new technologies is documentation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we actually, get TypeScript to GNOME. But one thing is that when we, get TypeScript to GNOME, we have to write these type definition files, which essentially tells, TypeScript how to understand GObject and all the massive APIs that spawn from it. The thing is, if our type definition files are not type safe, or if they don't compile, we obviously can't use them to build applications on top of them. So when you build a full set of TypeScript definitions for a JavaScript or TypeScript application, what you also get is highly accurate documentation of things like function signatures, class structures, and more, but in the JavaScript world. So you don't have to look at, C documentation and kind of infer how a function might be transposed into JavaScript. Instead, you get the exact definition with all the types and return types and possible even error conditions. It's wonderful. There's actually an experimental web app. The link is down below. You can click it after the presentation that actually demos using TypeScript to provide documentation for GJS. Fair warning, it is built to be an offline app, so it will download 30 megabytes of documentation by default when you open it. We're working on opt-in. So you might be wondering, how does all of this actually work? So the way that TypeScript works is it compiles down to JavaScript. So you give it a fancy file with all these type annotations, the compiler checks everything, and then it spits out JavaScript that can run against GJS. What this gives you is the flexibility of a dynamic scripting language, but with the rigor of a type checking system at scale. So you can have a massive code base with strict type checking, but when you need that flexibility, you can break out of the type system and prototype quickly. So to enable GObject code to compile TypeScript, as I said before, we provide type definitions. The way this works is we convert GUR files, is what I call them, but they're essentially the XML definitions of all the GObject APIs, into .d.ts files, which are type definition files. In these, we map all of the C-related types to JavaScript types, and then we also write some exciting TypeScript type definitions by hand to handle some complex cases. Things like glib.variant, GObject.registerClass, where it's not immediately obvious how to add that extra type safety on top of the C API. So this is an example file. You might not be able to read that. Don't worry, I zoomed in. And so this is an example of how TypeScript, while overwhelming, can provide excellent type definitions. So if one thing we do is in every object, we actually provide a unique function signature for every single signal connection so that you never have an accidental typo or missing parameter when you're typing signals in TypeScript with GJS. And the actual bindings themselves. So the history of TypeScript in GJS is long, and this is actually an abbreviated form. There are some 2015 era hacky scripts that tried to do this, but there are numerous of those, and we don't need to get into them now. But the gist of it is in 2009-ish, GJS is released. In 2012, TypeScript is released, and then the first big attempt to really bring TypeScript into all of the GNOME APIs is in early 2017. And this is a project called GUR2DTS, and it lets you turn pretty much all of GObject introspection into DTS files. It's missing a lot of things. It doesn't support things like signals. It doesn't have type definitions for some of our core APIs like system or get text. And there's also a lot of gaps in terms of it might map some C APIs very literally. And so it's in JavaScript, you don't have to pass in the object. That is this. And it misses some of those nuances. Later in 2017, a project came out called TS for GUR, which began as a rewrite of GUR.2 DTS. I've honestly never had to say some of these names out loud, and it's a little challenging. And this rewrite essentially tried to address some of these issues. It did a much better job, actually accurately reflecting the JavaScript APIs, got rid of some of the C junk, and started adding on to the overall ecosystem. Unfortunately, that project kind of puttered out. There wasn't an active maintainer for several years due to just, volunteer bandwidth. And so in 2019, I started working on a project called gi.ts to provide much more accurate and in-depth TypeScript definitions for JavaScript. So this included things like signals, supporting register class, and a lot more advanced API definitions. Shortly after that, I think 3 or 4 months, Pascal, or JumpLink on Matrix, took over maintaining TS for GUR, and also started working on improving a lot of the deficiencies of that project. And so kind of over the course of the pandemic, both of these projects have been adding different features, sometimes in parallel and sometimes completely separately. So gi.ts, for example, has more robust support for, I think, signal definitions, whereas TS for GUR has more robust support for the way that we handle module definitions in GJS, which sounds very abstract, but the gist of it is they each have their strengths. And so what Pascal and I have been talking about is how to merge those two projects. So right now in the TS for GUR GitHub, we are actively merging these two code bases together with the goal in around fall of this year, we should have a unified project ready that will support TypeScript for GNOME. With all the benefits of both projects and none of the cons, I guess. Yeah, and this is a lovely illustration of that effort. So you might be wondering, how do I use TypeScript now, today? I want to just jump into a terminal and get going. Well, do I have the answer for you? So first of all, you can get TypeScript pretty easily in your IDE. So one common recommendation is to just use VS Code, which is an open source IDE, but is developed by Microsoft. So some people do have feelings about that. What I will say is that it has some of the most robust and amazing TypeScript support out of almost any IDE in existence. That's not to say that GNOME Builder is not an up-and-coming dark horse here, though. So GNOME Builder actually merged support for the TypeScript language server in, I believe, 2022, maybe 2021, maybe earlier. And there's actually been work to iterate on that and improve it. No one is really, to my knowledge, owning this initiative right now, and so your help is requested. If you love GNOME Builder as much as I'm sure a lot of us do, this is an area where you can actually contribute and make it a much better and integrated experience. I've actually started trying to use it for certain projects, and I will say, like, it's a little tricky to get the TypeScript language server started. Some of the features, like go to definition, can sometimes fail, where VS Code would succeed. And so this is an area where, like, hey, come get involved. If you hate graphical applications but love developing graphical applications in non-graphical applications, we have Vim/NeoVim. There's a ton of TypeScript integrations into NeoVim and Vim. You can really just Google it and try some out, see how it works. What I will say is that usually they rely on the TypeScript language server protocol integration, which, if you're using languages like Rust or C++, you may be familiar with various language server implementations. The other thing that I have to mention, because it is simply amazing, is Chris Davis, or Brain Blasted on GitLab, has built some amazing templates so that you guys can get started right now. So he's actually worked on a free desktop SDK, so you can actually ship TypeScript apps in FlatHub now, and also an amazing TypeScript template using Meson. So you can use Meson just as you expect it, but it integrates with TypeScript to transform all of those TypeScript files into JavaScript files and then publish them for GJS to serve. The link is there if you're following along on the slides, but also, the link will be available after. And interestingly, there's actually an app that's been ported now. So Vocalis, formerly GNOME sound recorder, has been ported to TypeScript thanks to the amazing work of Chris. So it currently supports both gi.ts and tsfigure 3.x via the template. And once we have tsfigure 4.x with all the fun unified stuff this fall, I anticipate it will support that in no time. And then the final thing I wanted to mention is that TypeScript can be a little overwhelming. It's a lot to migrate your whole project to a new language, even if it's a superset of an existing language. And so TypeScript can actually be used as a linter. So as long as you add some comments to your code that just tell TypeScript the basics of what your parameters are doing, TypeScript will actually lint your code for you. And this is actually something we're exploring for GNOME Shell right now. Improving JS docs so that eventually we might be able to automate that and have it lint the JavaScript files of the shell. There's a little zoom in of that, so hopefully it's legible. But yeah, to break it down, essentially, it's a standard JS doc comment that you're used to, but we're just adding some helpful little type sprinkles that will tell TypeScript, what on earth is going on with this function. And yeah, so I hope this inspires you and that you see that GNOME loves TypeScript and that it's coming to a project near you. At this point, I'll turn it over to Sunny to talk about some really exciting other projects.
Hello. Yeah, thanks a lot. Hi, I'm Sunny. I've been involved in GNOME JavaScript for 3 or 4 years now on several fronts. One thing I really love about TypeScript is, even if you don't use it, it makes JavaScript better. So if you don't want to, fiddle with types or whatever new concept in your apps, you can still benefit from all of this through the tooling and the linter and the documentation that Evan just explained. But there's still a lot of room for improving the experience of JavaScript developers on GNOME, especially if they're coming from the web. And that's something that I'm particularly interested in, is sort of capturing all of this audience, this energy, and showing them that, hey, there's something you can be really familiar with, but that is better than the web. And in fact, I've been thinking more and more about how Flatpak is more of a competitor to the web as a platform than it really is to classical software distribution. People always compare RPM and Deb to Flatpak, but I think that's a mistake. What's really Flatpak target is really as a as a competitor, in my opinion, from a platform perspective, is the web. Just a much better application distribution platform. Yeah, so I've been working a little bit on all of this, yeah, I've been sort of prototyping with various tooling. I need help, and this is a bit of a call to action and help. The first one is, oh, right, I forgot something. Yesterday there was complaint about cat pictures in slides, so I made sure to shuffle a bunch of them in my slides today. I hope it's not too annoying. Is George in the room? No? Good. I hope he watched the stream or that he will watch the replay. Yeah, this is Louis and Hermine. It's my cats. They were adopted. If you also want to make best friend with animals, make sure to adopt them, not to shop for them, because breeders, the breeding process for animals create a lot of health problems, and they do have health problems. Yeah, so keep that in mind. Make sure to adopt. Right. The first tool is Troll. It's a terrible name. I'm sure Tobias will also find it very cringe. Sorry about that. We can change the name, Tobias. You can start with Troll. Yeah, it's an implementation of common APIs for GNOME JavaScript. It's quite small for now. It has a lightweight WebSocket fetch and the base64 web APIs on top of GNOME APIs, so it uses SOUP. It works really well. I've been using this on various projects. There are other projects using it now. I think I mentioned Forge Sparks yesterday in the other JavaScript talk. Yeah, it's definitely usable. The idea is, okay, there's as I said, tons of people out there who know web APIs. There's also tons of libraries who are using those APIs. How can we use all of this and bring all of this energy into the GNOME platform? And I'm hoping that implementing some of the most common, at least the most common JavaScript API onto GNOME would really help with that. You can see timers, console, and text decoder, text encoder are across. That's because Evan has been doing an amazing job also as well in shipping some of these APIs in JJS directly instead of in a third-party project. It doesn't make sense for all APIs. Like for example, WebSocket and Fetch, they rely on WebStream and various other DOM events and so on, things that we do not want to pull because it's mostly web internals stuff. It doesn't make sense in the GNOME platform. So this will probably stay in a third-party project. For now, it's hosted on github.com/sonyp/troll, but eventually I would love to move this to the GNOME GitLab or something. Yeah, there's many open questions. What else should we support in there? Maybe, I don't know, stuff like the web crypto API. It's short for cryptographic, not for cryptocurrencies. Yeah, there's tons and tons of new web API that are really easy to use, that are really made to be easy to use, and I think maybe we could use some more of this on GNOME. Sometimes it's a bit hard to use because of history and legacy and so on. So I think that's an interesting thing to look at. There's also sort of a corporate initiative called wintercg.org. I forgot what it's short for. Essentially, it's a group of people who ship JavaScript runtime, who sit down together and discuss how to standardize JavaScript APIs for runtimes. So not for browsers, but for Deno, Bun, Cloudflare workers. People use JavaScript for microservices, whatever things. And maybe it would be interesting for GNOME JS to participate in this. Yeah, I don't know. It's just an idea for now. Okay, next. Another picture of my cat. That's Hermine falling asleep on her back. Very unusual. It's really weird. Okay, JGS Pack. That's another tool. It's a bundler for GNOME JavaScript. Okay, so I'm going to try to unpack this, no pun intended. This is, I can't point. The first line, not the comment, import pumpkin, is ECMAScript. Thank you. A bit higher. Yes. This is ECMAScript syntax for modules, right? If you were in the talk yesterday about JavaScript, we talked about this a little bit. So normally what you do is you import JavaScript files. right? I mean, that's what it's for. But there's been interesting tooling on the web. People thought, okay, we could also import arbitrary file, assets or whatever, and use the same syntax. And then somehow, you know, we bundle all of this, and then, yeah, it makes for a very nice developer experience. You can just import any file relative to the current source file. So I built JGSPack. It allows you to do that. You can import a file, any file. By default, it imports it as a resource path. This whole GIO resource is awesome, but it's also a bit hard to explain if you're sort of new to GNOME. So if you know what it is, then you'll understand what this does. If you don't know what it is, you don't need to worry about the technical details. But essentially, yeah, you can just import a picture and display it on the screen with just 1 or 2 lines of code, rather than fiddling with GResource files and having to understand all of these concepts. Another option that ECMAScript syntax gave us is, it used to be called assert, import assertions, but then it was renamed to import attributes. Thank you. Yeah, so it's like this with, and then you can say with type, and you can change, you can process the file with my tool at build time. So here I import it as JSON directly. So it's, the file is read, the string is passed into a JSON parser, and in your build, in the final result of your code, this is not doing at runtime, right? It's at build time. You get a nice JavaScript object that you can just console log. And the last example is, yeah, just a string. You can also import any file as a string and just print the string in the console. Yeah, I'll repeat, this is happening at build time, not at runtime. So your JGSPack use a tool to build an abstract syntax tree of your JavaScript, and then it finds all the imports, and then it replaces those imports with what is needed to make this happen, yeah, without incurring a cost at runtime. I hope it's clear. I wanted to say something, I forgot. I guess it's good enough for now. The next step is this. This is a bit controversial, but I'll explain why it's okay. Import Lodash from HTTP, right? So from a URL. Again, this would happen at build time, not at runtime. So the file is downloaded when you build your JavaScript files and your application and make it ready to distribute. So what this would do, or what this sort of already does, this is a contribution. We're iterating on this. Yeah, it downloads the file, it caches it, puts it in assets or whatever folder, and then the idea is maybe you ship this with your code or you don't, but the file is just downloaded once. The reason why this is so nice for GNOME JavaScript, this is something that's coming from Deno, by the way, one of those new JavaScript runtime. The idea of it, at least, the nice thing that this provides is sort of a package manager for GNOME JavaScript, which we don't have right now, right? We don't have, or like, I mean, you could use NPM and so on, but it's not really made for GNOME. It's a bit awkward to use also in GNOME. With this, you can just, download any file. This is the URL that Lodash actually recommends to use, so it's also a trusted source to fetch the file. Yeah. Okay. Another tool that I've been working on, but not alone, a lot of contributors have joined the project now, which is really great, is Workbench. So this is not JavaScript specific per se, but JavaScript is the default language for Workbench, at least for now. Another picture of my cat. This is Louis, getting ready to go to Mars or something, I don't know. Right. Workbench is a learning and teaching platform. You can see this is, there's currently 75 demos and counting. The objective is to get 100 demos by the end of summer or the year. Thanks to our amazing GSOC, Outreachy, and volunteer contributors. Yeah, thanks a lot. The idea here is there's a library of examples. You can see on the left at the top it says learn, test, and remix. To make it clear that you can use any of this to do anything you want. But also at the bottom it says all examples are dedicated to the public domain and can be used freely under the terms of Creative Commons public domain, so nobody wonders, okay, am I allowed to use this? Am I going to have troubles with the license and so on? Which is sometimes an issue with GNOME examples. Yeah, so you don't even need to attribute credits or anything like this. Right, each of those example is very carefully crafted to follow the HIG, the GNOME design guidelines, especially when it's UI related, but also for the code to be very easy to read, make use of the best way from our point of view, the best way to implement something. We have a lot of platform APIs, so this is the growing list of libportal APIs. There's also the camera demo coming, how to take a picture of the screen, wallpaper, account. I'll try to do a demo after the talk, here on stage. Let's see if it works. Yeah. Beside a learning and teaching platform, right? So beside the learning and the teaching platform, I also wanted to build an alternative to tutorials. I'm not really good at going through tutorials, no matter how good they are. I'm very impatient. I like when things are moving on the screen and I can play with things and mess with things until I understand how they work. This is sort of like my learning ability. And I guess I'm not the only one who kind of functions like this. So I also wanted to build a tool for other people to learn GNOME like this. That's why Workbench is interactive, but I'll touch on that a bit later. Another objective was sort of to improve the developer experience. Or at least iterate and think about what we can do better there. I got a bit frustrated, to be honest, when I started making my first GNOME application. There's a lot of acronyms, there's a lot of concepts, and it takes a while to get something, on the screen, something that is satisfying to just see. It got much better since then. GNOME Builder has templates for all sorts of language, and you can just press run, and it shows, and you can edit. But the feedback loop is still not great, right? You have your project, you make some change, you hit run, depending on what you use, it takes from 20 seconds to 2 minutes to build, or whatever, depending on your hardware, then you wait. The window shows, it's not working, you do it again until it works. For someone as impatient as I am, it's not ideal. And the last thing is just, as I just mentioned, an easier introduction to GNOME development. Another photo, there's Louis taking a selfie. There's going to be a Workbench workshop, tomorrow at 1 p.m. in the city center. And I'll try to do a Workbench demo because that's really the best way to explain what Workbench is at the end of the talk.
So we have one more thing. Internationalization. So about 2 to 3 years ago, as we were designing the ES modules specification for GJS, we came across our lovely imports.format API, which is, if you don't know, it essentially lets you do C string replacement in JavaScript. So things like %I, %S style string replacement. Since 2009, JavaScript has gotten a lot of great features that allow you to do much more advanced things like string interpolation, which I'll show in a second. And so we really want to explore this space of being able to iterate and improve on our formatting abilities, especially because translations are where this gets dicey. And so this is some examples of things you can do in JavaScript these days using string interpolation. You can inject variables directly into the string. You can have strings that have these lovely tags, so you can tag a string with like message ID, for example. And so this is kind of like a pie in the sky, ideal API for JavaScript when interacting with formatting or get text. Unfortunately, there's not really a way to ship this right now because the tool that we all use to extract strings from our files is something typically called xgetText. The way xgetText works under the hood is it does a bunch of essentially like string parsing and splitting strings and trying to like support a lot of languages all at once with this notion of like string lookups essentially, all written in C, all really hard to develop on, all really hard to contribute to. And in general, it means that it's really hard to, like, say, for Rust or JavaScript, iterate on how we do our formatting and internationalization APIs. And so we're working on a small little project called tree.getText. Why is it called tree.getText? Well, it supports the getText format, and it's built on a project called TreeSitter. So what TreeSitter is it essentially provides, for IDEs and linters, a way to parse the abstract syntax tree of almost every language like known to man. It supports JavaScript, Rust, C++, C, Fortran, assembly, you name it, it has a plugin or native support for the language that you want to write in. And what makes that amazing is instead of like doing complicated string lookups and trying to split strings on characters and trying to implement like a parser for parentheses, all in C for every language, using a fairly old code base, instead, we can have this wonderful dependency that does all of the abstract syntax tree management for us and is generic. So you can provide it with a grammar file for any language, even languages it doesn't support, and it will just work. And so what we can use this for is building a compatible replacement for something like xgetText, and supporting all of the languages we use in GNOME, sometimes even at the same time. And so what's great about TreeSitter is it is a code base that has bindings like GNOME to pretty much any language. You can use it from Rust, you can use it from JavaScript, you can use it from C, heaven forbid. You can really use it from anything you want to. And so this is very, very, very early, and we're not saying like anything in the GJS ecosystem is ever going to be using this anytime soon. But it's a call to action for, hey, if you're interested in this space of being able to iterate and build new translation and formatting APIs in your language or in JavaScript, this is something that we're hacking on and seeing, where it takes us. With that, I think technically we're going to open to questions, but technically before that we're going to do a demo. So give us a second. And then you have to swap something down there, right? Yep. Just plug it in. Mm-hmm. Great. Go.
Okay. Where do I start? Workbench is safe, right? The idea is it's a playground. It's a sandbox playground. So users should feel really comfortable, just do anything in there, and know that it won't break their computer. It's not going to delete files by accident. Yeah, just feel safe while using it. That's the important part. You can see there's just this one non-grid mark, network access, can access the internet. We're interested in exploring ways we can make network opt-in for Flatpak application. So if you're interested in the topic, please reach out to me or Tobias. Yeah. Okay. So this is Workbench. This is what you see the first time you open it. Actually, this is what you see the first time you open it. My bad. It's really hard, I can't see. So on the left, you have a bunch of GTK XML. It's called builder syntax. It's been around for some time, that's not new. On the right, you have a GTK preview of what's on the left. Yeah, so if I...
Can you speak up to the microphone?
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it's really hard. Right, so with the preview, we have a real-time preview on the right, so you can just edit GTK on the left and get a real-time preview on the right, which is this whole idea of having a really quick feedback loop, writing a bunch of GTK, looking what it looks like, iterate, add new lines, add images, anything you want. It also works for style. If you want to make the text red, all you have to do is change one value. Yeah, so this is beneficial for learning, as you can imagine. So you can just play with all of this stuff. But also when you make apps, even if you use GNOME Builder, you can write your GTK quickly in Workbench and then just copy paste it into Builder. Yeah. The next thing is the library. So this is what I talked about a bit earlier. We have a lot of demos. I think it's 60 here, 75 in the development version of Workbench, and yeah, about 100 by the end of summer. We cover a lot of different things. I don't know if there's a network right now. Nope. I can't do my cat demo. That's fine. We have how to fetch an HTTP image, how to load and display HTML, web views for network, WebSocket client, how you can connect to a WebSocket server, received and send things. This is all using standard GNOME APIs. There's no magic there. We also have like all sorts of controls, for example, buttons. You can see we're taking a lot of inspiration from the HIG, but also from Advaita demo, if you know about it. libadvaita demo, sorry. We have something a bit more interesting. Let me see. User interface. There we go. Maybe animation. How to use the new animation APIs from libadvaita. Yeah, so the idea is, yeah, it's a learning platform for people, but it's also a teaching platform for GNOME. Every time you want to advocate for something, whether it's a new design pattern or a new API, for example, the other day, Philip talked about this GIO low memory API that people should be using in the app. I think it's a great way to advocate for this is to add an example in Workbench and say, hey, you can just open this example and copy paste the code into your app. We've had some, oh, the time is over. Okay, sorry. Just want to mention we've had some amazing contribution. Thanks everybody, especially Lorenz right here for adding Vala support. So you can also use Vala in Workbench. Ah, this is painful. Ta-da-dee. And then when you press run, of course, we can't update the preview because it's out of process if you use Vala, but we open the preview in a separate window. Uh-oh. It's the development preview. Let's say it is. Oh, it actually is. Look at this. It's the development version. Yeah. Okay. I broke Workbench. Sorry, I can't demo it right now. One last mention. Yeah, it does work. If you don't know Workbench on Flatpak, guaranteed. We have a great QA team of 0 people. One last thing I want to mention is this amazing new syntax for GTK called Blueprint that James Westman built. And we support this in Workbench. It's much easier to read and to parse for humans. And we're hoping to ship this as the default syntax in the next Workbench release. Okay, that's it for my demo. Reminder, there is a Workbench workshop tomorrow. Doesn't matter what your experience with programming is, please join and we'll have some fun.
So there's a break now, but we'll stick around if anyone has any questions. So, yeah, in the front. Do we have mic runners?
Thanks. So if you're happen to be a GDS application and also happen to be in the core, is TypeScript mature enough to be used in GNOME Core at this point?
I would say not for 45, but potentially in the 46 or 47 release, it's realistic. You can also use it as like a CI check before you choose to migrate your actual project to like the Meson TypeScript template.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions?
Florian?
Did you say that like the next XGET text or whatever it was called was based on the AST?
Yes, so tree get text uses a library called TreeSitter, which parses grammar files to be able to expose ASTs for pretty much every language in existence.
Also, it built its own AST because I did play around in the past with using like the built-in features of JavaScript to like get access to the AST, which works very well to extract the strings, but comments are dropped before the tree is parsed. That means that we would lose all translator comments.
Yeah, so because
that's not a problem.
So TreeSitter is built to help. So for example, it was used in like Atom and other IDEs. I think JetBrains used it too. So it's used in IDEs to like understand the code that's in the window. So things like comments, all that stuff is preserved in its AST understanding. It also gives a very nice generic API for migrating around code bases. Yeah, Philip. Oh yeah, incremental too.
I hadn't looked too much at Blueprint before I saw it in Workbench. Does it transpile to GTK Builder XML?
Yes, one-to-one. Back and forth. Yeah.
Perfect then.
Thank you all for laboring with us.
Thank you for the presentation. We have 4 more minutes. If anyone wants to go out get a coffee, we are going to set up with the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you for playing. I just want to get it right.
Yeah, no worries.
So, do you have the slides?
I sent them by email.
You have sent them by email?
Yeah, but maybe I can get a USB stick.
Okay.
It was very surprising. Like, okay, I will ask.
Like title and like the content of the one thing. But also here's like yet another.
Then like, felt like they sneaked into it.
Just the GTK one.
I mean, the blueprint should just be used before, right? Should be used everywhere. And it doesn't lack any features anymore.
Ah, okay. I thought there was confusion.
No. Oh, fuck. But I need yeah, to USB-C. Maybe I can try. No, but the thing is that this computer only has USB-C connectors. So I need an adapter. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
So we will plug in
And this?
if you want to present using.
No, I was thinking, well, I need the USB.
Okay. Because okay, right.
Yeah.
Codename emergency?
Emergency.
Emergency, okay. Just want to get it right. So, hello everyone and welcome back. We are going to continue as soon as possible with the next presentation. We are couple minutes late, so let's go ahead right away. So now we have Carlos Garnacho, and he's going to talk about codename Emergence, an RDF data synchronization framework.
Hi, thanks. So yeah, so what I'm going to talk about here, I've been having people tell me, this is the tracker talk. Yeah, kinda, but not quite. This is, maybe if you've been following things, back in 3.0, we split, well, even before, we split what people get to think what tracker is, which is the file system indexer and the data we index and provide. And the actual core, which is an RDF/Sparkwell database, which is basically a triple store in the sense of semantic web and allows you to query things. So this is about the layer, the data layer, and how it could be used to further the goals of the local first initiative, and how could it help in order to synchronize data between computers of your own and things like that. So the motivations, well, these are the defined ones because one of the things that Tracker 3.0 allowed and fully implementing the Sparkwell spec is being able to do remote endpoints and being able to query data massively, or being able to query data specifically, and being able to move it around between endpoints and whatnot. So this started as a thought exercise mostly, until the local first initiative came, and I figured that it could be a good thing to push forward, maybe. So yeah, the things that we can get with this is like decreasing reliance on third-party services. Some people may store data in Google, some people may store data in some other services. I'm sure most of them, they are quite fine with having your own data. But there's a problem there that your data is not truly yours anymore, or fully yours anymore. And even in the case of friendly services like Firefox Sync or other Mozilla services, there are no guarantees that they are going to stay forever. So yeah, there is a pain point, potential pain point over there, because we have no control over those third-party services. Another possible motivation could be to decrease reliance on internet connectivity. There might be different reasons. You might be, a solar flare, or you might live in a rural area, or you might live in a country where data is expensive, or you might be abroad and not being able to fully use your data or the bandwidth or whatever. So this is mostly for local networks and local synchronization. Another potential goal could be to enhance the user experience with multiple machines, as in making it easy to migrate to new devices, as in being able to set them up easily and have your own data readily available as soon as possible, synchronize it from your older computer. Or you could also switch between different machines at your home, like having a laptop and a desktop, where you travel with your laptop but you don't carry your desktop, and you might switch between those machines more or less frequently, so you might want the data to be synchronized between them. Another possible motivation, at least for me, I've been, well, maybe this is a first world problem, but I've been so many years with computers, and I've switched computers so many times, sometimes better planned than others, if you get me. So I realized that I've actually lost a lot of data over the years, as in old bookmarks, old emails from my old POP accounts. All that is lost. I don't know which computer was it last. I don't know how long did I lose it, but it's still not great to lose your data, and either realizing or not realizing it. So the goal here, it would be easy synchronization of application structured data. And with this, I mean, well, applications can, of course, many applications don't need to store any data. They open files and open file formats, or they interact with web services and whatnot. This is not for them. Other applications are fine with some planar data, which is basically a G-variant stored in disk, and they don't have that many requirements about the possible maximum size of data. They trust that it will fit in RAM entirely. They trust that the data will not change widely during development, etc., etc. So I think we, with Tracker, we have quite a good plan ahead with massively structured data, as in, for example, we don't have, our limit is actually disk size. It's not even RAM. So we can deal with plenty of data. We can deal with different topologies of data, or different ways to structure the data, because this is, after all, application defined. The goal, another goal is that it has to be peer-to-peer. There's no synchronization with remote services or things like that. This is meant for network local synchronization, so between computers of your own, where you actually can even maybe see what is going on in the other side. It's not something to work. Well, I don't want to get into web services. And it also needs to work with an arbitrary number of hosts, as in, well, you might have multiple computers, or you might have multiple computers and other ones. You might have a phone that is also able to synchronize with this, etc. So it's not one-to-one. It must not be one-to-one, basically. And of course, the other goal is that it has to be secure, that it does not have to leak your data, or if you take one of these computers to an airport, you don't need, it does not have to leak your information in other places, etc. And non-goals is synchronizing files or configuration. This is purely application data, not even configuration, not files. There are other different services for that. There are other different plans for that, and I'm not going to step on them. This is mostly for application data, which is, well, it's a thing on its own, as in, it's not atomically When I talk about synchronizing, I don't talk about copying one thing from the other. I talk about actually merging data changes one way or another. And another known goal is synchronizing across the internet. It could happen, but I'm explicitly stepping out of that. It's not something that I want to address unless someone comes and feels interested. And I also don't want to interact with third-party internet services, as in being able to synchronize this data to Firefox Sync or to Gmail or whatever. And I would say that there is a number of potential beneficiaries around the desktop. There is private information and other kinds of sensitive data. There's, for example, GNOME Health, which is kind of sensitive data. So yeah, you don't want to, Fitbit, for example, I think they have a cloud service where they store that kind of things, but it's not something like that you can blindly trust on. So it would be nice to keep all this private information actually private and actually of your own, and not leak it in some other places. It could be a fit for conversation logs, and actually Polari is planning to change to a tracker database in order to store conversation logs and everything, so it could take advantage of this, potentially. Fractal, if it wanted to improve its offline behavior and allow you to search logs, it would be most welcome on one hand, and on the other hand, it could be also a potential user of this. There are agenda and calendar events where, yeah, of course, you want to have that properly synchronized between devices, and if you add an appointment in your desktop, you want it to have it, or your phone, or your laptop, or whatever. There is bookmarks and tab history, etc. Maybe tab history gets a bit into Philip's department, Philip with us. If you didn't see his talk, it's about restoring state and whatnot. So there is a little bit of overlap with tab history, but bookmarks, it could be something worth synchronizing between machines. And again, there's third-party services on the web that you can upload your bookmarks, but yeah, you're blindly trusting on it. And then there's other miscellaneous data like RSS feeds, if you use some application like that, or translation memories for translators, things that are useful to move from one computer to another and to keep moving forward. And of course, at your own. I'm sure there could be some other use cases if people look for them, and they will be most welcome to. The requirements to use this, as I said, this is not about indexers, about the file system indexer, but you actually need to use the Tracker Sparkwell library, which allows you to create RDF databases and be able to query them, and yada, yada. And you should be using this library in order to store the data so it can be transformed to RDF transparently for you and have this synchronization happen for you. Another option could be, instead of storing, like caching the data, for example, I don't know, third-party applications, Chrome or Chromium, there could be a proxy that synchronizes to a cache, then that is synchronized to the other machine, and then that is synchronized or applied to on the other side. But ideally, well, in order to reduce duplication. It should be used to store the data itself. And you also need a globally consistent naming scheme for resources. With this, I mean that, if you are synchronizing things between computers, they better have the same name, so you can actually correlate both things. And this is, for example, where it is meaningless to have a synchronization system for the file system miner, because, URIs are very much local to your machine. So they are completely meaningless or potentially meaningless or on another machine. So you need to name things in a way that all the hosts synchronizing get to agree on what is what, basically. So how do you, who knows here what RDF is? Okay, a few hands raised. Okay, so RDF, it stands for Resource Description Framework, and it's not even a format, it's more conceptual. It actually can translate seamlessly to different formats, which, they allow you to conceptually, they conceptually hold the RDF data that you want to pull. I'm not getting into file formats, so I'm going to talk about RDF. And RDF works by composition. So it's got very little, so it's defined in term of triples, which could be like nodes in a graph connected by an edge. Here I'm missing in my representation a few things, like the red and yellow nodes they could have a name, and the line connecting them, it would need to have an arrow, because it goes from one to another, and if you want to go the other way around, it needs to be a different arrow or something like that. And from this simple triple description, you, of course, only have one, but by compositing, you get to form a full graph. Here, I've gone for this thing, and it's just a tree, but a tree is a graph, but you can imagine whatever graphy layout over here. And as it is, it's got some nice properties in terms of algebra. It's got the commutative property, where the order of the elements doesn't matter. It, by extension, has the associative property, where it doesn't matter how you group the things, and that the result is going to be the same. It also satisfies the idempotence, where if you try to apply an already existing triple, it already exists. You're not going to add it twice, because the RDF graph, it already contains that information. And it's also atomic. Either the RDF data is valid and it can be merged, or it does not, and then you keep to keep the previous thing only. So these are precious properties for a synchronization mechanism. But there's some challenges they are not terrible, but it's still not a walk in the park. One of them is reducing the deltas, as in we want to to synchronize data, but we don't want to transfer the full thing so the other computer figures out what is it missing or what does it have. We want to actually keep a minimum amount of data being transferred on the wire for the other computer to synchronize to. What we do need for this is a mechanism to mark the changes since a point in time. As in, since the last time you synchronize, you want to apply all those changes that happened since, and you want to push that to the other computer. And we have that. Actually, we've had that since forever. I think it used to be it was used very back in the days in MIMO for extracting in a performant way the full data for the notifications that happened recently. So you needed a point in time in order to get only the new data that you needed to handle. Here we are going to use it a little bit differently, but the principle is the same. And this NRL modified property is an existing property that we implicitly set on every resource in a tracker database. So it's basically a transaction counter. So every resource will know which transaction it was changed last. And this allows us to replay specific portions. There's of course some shortcuts, as in, yeah, well, if you change the same resource twice, it's going to keep the last transaction counter, but the end result is that the warranty here is that if you synchronize with something completely recent, you're going to get the recent thing. And you're going to get all the changes that apply until now. And that is precisely what we want here. There's another small challenge here because, well, not all data is append only. We want... I've so far described how can we push new data from one place to another, and that is there. That is the easy thing to do, but of course the application data might want. Well, the application itself might want for its own let the user be able to delete things in the past or be able to talk about deletions here. So yeah, it might want to delete things, and we need to when we synchronize, we might want also to forward this. Yeah, these things have been deleted here, so you might want to delete them on the other side as well. For that, we need to diff sets of resources, like the local and the remote one, and then compare and see what resource is present locally but missing remotely, so we can delete locally. And the good news is that Sparkwell allows to do that, and it already works. Since Tracker 3.0, we've implemented the full spec, so this is something that we started allowing since then. And of course, the other challenge is synchronizing updates. And likewise, not all data is append only. So yeah, the application might want to let you change the data or update it or correct it or whatever. And this is a little bit more challenging because this may ultimately need some guidance from the application in order to say, yeah, well, for example, I mean, in RDF, you can have different properties. And the thing here is that you can have single valued properties. Oh, yeah, I was looking at that clock. Okay, I got less time than I thought. Yeah, so the thing is that the application may need to specify somehow to the tracker database or to the synchronization mechanism that certain properties they should be updated in some way. You might prefer local and ditch the remote part. You might want to append multi-valued properties so they are all added. You might want to have the multi-valued properties replace the previous values. There's different patterns that applications might want here. And the good news is that this could be specified through the application-specific ontology, because the applications in this scheme of things, they would be in charge of defining an ontology that is able to, well, that basically defines the kind of data that the database can store. And we have an object system with subclassing and everything. We have properties, and we can actually provide extra information to these properties. So it could be actually defined in the ontology how should the synchronization mechanism handle that property specifically. So let's try to picture how it could work. We could have the applications, the blue and orange dots. We'd have a service, the purple points, and we have different media in between. The media in between, it would be HTTP, because, well, you need to talk between computers, but this is local because the title says so. So the thing is that we need to connect these points, and the tracker library is already able to serialize or to seamlessly forward data from one medium to another. So we can actually put the missing lines in between, but of course we need it to be secure because that was a requirement. And for this, I was thinking of an explicit pairing process where you actually get two computers to agree on both sides that they should be synchronized between them. And for that, there is libbonsai, written by Christian Hergert. I still need to see whether I can just use that or I need to readapt that, because I want to be in control also on the data being transferred in between, besides the pairing process. But the prior art is already there, so it should be doable at some point. And in between, between the applications and this new service that is meant to talk between computers, we could have divas or, of course, I was meaning this synchronization process to be explicit, or at least decided by the application. It might show you a button to reload, or it might show you, or it might do it implicitly for you, but that is an application decision. And for that, you need a running application, and you need your UI in front of you, of course. So that with a running process, you can actually talk with divas and whatnot. But on the other end, maybe, well, it should not be a requirement to have the other application on the other end running. So there might be need for some mechanism in order to have this purple dot get to know where in the file system the application database is. So it could read this data without application involvement in order to let you do the synchronization on the other end. And once the parent process is done and the applications get to be able to talk with this daemon, we might initiate the synchronization. And yeah, well, we could be able to query these things to the other end, to the database in the other end directly. Like, give me this RDF since a point in time, give me all the delete elements that I still do have, and yeah, well, that would be the peer-to-peer process. And the other way around, well, there would be something funny going on over here. As in, if you synchronize from A to B, pulled data from B into A, it's okay, you get the new data and are happy using that. But then if you switch to B and synchronize with A, what is going to happen there? That you are actually going to get all the data that you pulled from B into A as part of the new set of changes in the other end. So on this side, I was wondering if it could be done both sides at the same time, so that there could be some bandwidth saving benefits over there. But it's not mandatory. It could also work with synchronization first on one end. It's a little bit more wasteful, but there's still the guarantees that you're going to get the same data, just because of these properties I've mentioned before. And I'm going to introduce another concept here, the pods. This could be, well, just like the name might cause a visual image in your heads. This could be basically headless data storage that does not need an application backing it up. And how could it work? So here's the line of thought. Tracker databases are bootstrapped from RDF schema data, describing the classes and properties and everything. But this RDF schema data is RDF in itself. And it's held by the database that was created with this RDF data. So the database contains the RDF data that was used to build it. So you can bootstrap all this data. If you get the RDF from one database, you can use it as is to build a database in another end without application involvement, because it has all the information to build another database from scratch. So it could be, I don't know, a service that you can run headlessly, like Raspberry Pis or your own NAS or whatever, and it could be something on your local network at home that you synchronize with, and you take your laptop somewhere else, and then you go back and synchronize again. So, but always relying on local network and everything. This is still very much work in progress. I've got the hardcore synchronization problem done. If you go to that branch, there's already some code and some tests that solve shit. Okay, that solved the hardcore configuration problem, but there's some things to do, like, well, I would like to refine the behavior or the default behavior. I don't know, for example, you might have two computers that started their own data separately, but then you need to merge them, and then what does take prevalence over what? So that it could be that there are improvements there to be done. Then I would need to implement the daemon and parent process, but there's libonsai over there, so I would expect that to be done more or less smoothly. We need to garner use cases, like wink wink. We have a few candidates to use this. We have GNOME Health, we have Polari, but this is nothing without more use cases. As in, I would really love this to be something that you control in settings that you can share with computers, and you set up, and you just enable switches for applications to synchronize between them. As in, yeah, a switch for Epiphany, a switch for Polari, a switch for Health, but we need more use cases for this to be appealing and to be an appealing. Okay, and no. And the next step would be adding the necessary helpers for these kinds of data topologies and making it easy for applications developers to use it. And no questions if we have any.
Hello? Okay, here we go. So we have the 5-minute break, so if anyone has any question, probably we can just take one or maybe two quick questions, and if not, we can just start setting up for our next round of talks. So, any question?
How should apps structure the data to make it easy to integrate into this thingy?
Well, the structure of the data is very much up to the application. As I said, with RDF schema, you have a class system with properties and everything. You can structure your data however you want, and Tracker is able to introspect it. Like, you don't need any application context in order to open a Tracker database with Tracker command line tools, for example. So yeah, it's pretty much up to the application. Yeah, Georges?
Hi. Thanks. That was very interesting. I was interested in the local network synchronization. When you showed all of those data points synchronizing, I assume, my question is that you're synchronizing the databases, or you're like the references to data, to content, or are you synchronizing the content itself, like the files?
It is the content itself. As in the Tracker database, let's consider it a black box. It's a SQL database, but you don't need to know that. But we can serialize RDF into several formats like Turtle and Trig and JSON-LD and whatnot. We have different RDF-friendly formats that we can serialize to and we can deserialize from.
So you're duplicating your music collection, for example, across computers, or no?
Yeah, but you would end up with two databases containing the same data.
The same data referencing to files? Or
No, this is not about file system miner. I mean, you can create your database, you can name your resources however you want. And as long as you have an uniform naming scheme, you can synchronize between both things and have both computers agree, yeah, this resource has the same name, so it must be the same appointment or the same piece of conversation log or the same.
This is fascinating. Thank you.
So I have a question. where is the data living? Is it living inside the app, or is it living on system side?
The application would be in control of where it stores the data and everything. There's the challenge about how to make this service get to realize where that database is if the application is offline. But it's a solvable one, I think. Marco?
So you mentioned only like local network, but would be possible, like for example, still using NAS, for example. Now I do my stuff in my laptop, my desktop home is offline, and I want to be able once home to get everything there. So I put in the middle like a NAS or Raspberry Pi, and basically gets there. So I don't want to, for example, have a VPN to figure out as a main local network. So how the kind of scenario can be handled, like even with multiple devices home, maybe.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, this is mostly about, well, or at least as I was scoping it, it is mostly about local networks. Maybe you can use it across a VPN, like having a VPN at your home and then connecting there, and then it's a local network. So it could work as well, I guess. But that's more or less.
Like the scenario to be somehow made easy, somehow. Like it's, I think, a common thing. You know, you want to have your devices in sync, but at the same time you're traveling around.
Yeah.
So you want to have, you know.
Yeah, so a VPN, I guess, could be approachable with this.
Okay, so the thing I'm mostly wondering is like the synchronization itself. The mechanism is using. I mean, it kind of works because it's all in the so so it basically just works because you can apply the order, like in any order, the data from each side.
Yeah.
That's why in the end you get this. There's no conflict. And
Yeah.
You get
Yeah, exactly.
right. So this is basically also the same concept with CRDTs. Do you know what that is? CRDTs?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't ring a bell right now.
But the takeaway there is that as soon as you have this, when it doesn't matter that you can change the order, then there won't be any conflicts. The issue is, however, that it's mostly useless to applications because let's say that, for example, you update something on one side and you delete it on the other. Now, what happens if, like...
Yeah, there is still the need for a conflict resolution and whatnot, but this is what I was hoping that could be defined through extra properties in the properties.
Right. So you could have, for example, something that says deleted, and then instead of just literally deleting a node, you would, for example, just add the probability that something is deleted. So this, for me, this seems like you're building CRDTs in a graph database, and there's a lot of research out there about building CRDTs, which might be interesting to look at. So
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't much of a question.
Thank you very much. So I think Carlos is going to be around. A big applause for the presentation. Thank you. Everyone feel free to reach out and grab him around the venue. So now we are going to continue another session of lightning talks of our GNOME interns. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Felipe, who is going to moderate this session. And I'm so looking forward to hearing about the experiences of our interns who are all passionate and really awesome and are doing so many things. Just give us a second to set up.
Both ways. Both ways. Let me make sure the audio is.
All right, so let's get started. So welcome everyone to our traditional GNOME intern lightning talk session. We are a community that is always renewing itself. A lot of our old GNOME contributors are former interns, and I think that it's like an important way for people to get started with our project. We often speak about the importance of sustainability in our community, the importance of funding work, the privilege that it is to work in open source software on your free time, and the importance of being able to fund contribution for people who don't have that privilege. GNOME is lucky to have such a talented mentors that are always volunteering to help this process. So I would like to firstly mention Google Summer of Code. So this year we have 9 projects in Google Summer of Code. We also have this new gsoc.gnome.org website. So if you know anybody who will be interested in participating in Google Summer of Code with GNOME, either as a mentor or as a contributor, that's the place to go. That's where you should be pointing people to. Please point them to the website. And Google Summer of Code has changed recently its eligibility about who can join the project and who cannot. It used to be very restrict to university enrolled students, but nowadays they consider a contributor whoever is new to a project, new to a community. So it's much broader now, and I think not a lot of people are aware of it. Another great thing about GSOC these days is the flexibility on the time. Some people have studies. People in the global south do not have vacations during the summer, which is not summer over there. So the flexibility allows projects to extend themselves all the way to November. So these are not like larger projects, but they have like an extended deadline, so contributors can engage in like less amount of hours per week. So I think that they are customizing the way the program is, and that it has evolved in a way to accommodate more and more people. So that's pretty nice. Another project that we participate is Outreach. As you might have known, Outreach started as GNOME Outreach Program for Women. So it's something that started in our community by Marina. And it's funded by your donations. So if you're contributing to GNOME, that's where the money for Outreach internships come from, so that we are extremely proud that we are able to create like inclusive environments in our community and fund this type of work. Outreach has a little bit of a different enrollment method than Google Summer of Code. So if you want to participate on Outreach, you go to their website. They have actually an onboarding process where they have like classes teaching people how to make their first contribution. And then they get to the point where they actually get to work with those open source communities. So go to outreach.org to inform yourself. There's 2 seasons of Outreach happening every year, so way more opportunities for interns. So it's too much talk. I would like to hand over to the interns, but before I'd like to thank all our mentors. We wouldn't be able to do this, so maybe let's do a round of applause to our mentors. I see a lot of those, a couple of those mentors have been actually Google Summer of Code's interns themselves, so I feel that we are renewing our community and hoping to create this like never-ending cycle of onboarding new people and those becoming mentoring and creating the safe spaces where everybody can actually ask questions and learn and start from the beginning. So, well, no more talk, let's get to presentations. So, you wanna come, Tim, and start yourself?
All right, can you all hear me? Yeah. All right, great. My name is Tim, aka Tibidius Online, and I'm working under the Google Summer of Code program on the project FlatSync, which is mentored and maintained by Rasmus Thomsen, aka Cockatoo Online. Now, the general idea behind FlatSync is to keep track of your installed Flatpak system applications, and we want to reach basically that you can synchronize states between different machines and between different OS installations, and to basically just easily restore your environment on new machines or on different machines. And basically, so the more defined project's goals are, first of all, to synchronize between between a local state on your local machine and a remote state. So, for example, a cloud provider, and we want to focus on making this easy to use and to set up, so that this is not only like aimed at power users but also like at casual users. So the current status of the project is that you can fully set it up already with via CLI. We have implemented a single API provider thus far, which is GitHub Gist, and we can currently already differentiate between remote and local state, and we can already also install new Flatpak applications on your system. We are currently working on also removing applications that are no longer in the remote. And our other goals for the first release are to implement a basic GUI with like setup and options, to refactor a bit of the code base to better implement different API providers, and the ones in italics are points that we may or may not finish for a first release. So basically like differentiate between different machines so that you only have like one application on a laptop and another application on a desktop, and yeah, to also differentiate between Flatpak user and system installations, and just make the synchronization process a bit more verbose. And that concludes my talk.
So that's you, Pedro.
Okay, hi guys, it's me again. My name is Pedro Sader Azevedo, and I've been working on GNOME network displays for the Google Summer of Code internship program. And before I talk about network displays, I would like to thank the team, which is myself and Felipe right here. Alan's also somewhere there, and Jonas also helped me a lot. These are the technical guys are Anupam, Felipe, Jonas, and Claudio helped me with the community, and Alan helped me with the design. And okay, so network displays. Oh, sorry, I forgot to set the clock. Okay. And network displays, you probably maybe not have heard of this, but I'm sure you've heard of screencasting. You may have seen it in the wild. Like, I mean, let's just fix that. Okay, good. So it's when you take your screen, maybe in your laptop or your phone, and then you show it in a display that's connected to the network, like a TV or a projector. Like seamless, wirelessly, easy, one-button magic. And you may have seen it in the wild. Of course, macOS has got to be the hipster that calls it something else, but everyone else calls it screencasting. And so it's just easily, you know, you click a button in the OS and you start showing your screen in a network display. And so GNOME has an app for that. I know it doesn't look like much, but it is. Trust me. Oh God, it's just so much. And you know, we have an app for that, but you know, other operating systems need no app, and we envy that. So the proposal for the work was to integrate network displays into GNOME Shell somehow. And you might be wondering what we mean by integrate. I don't know, actually, part of the internship was also figuring that out. And that's when I made my first mistake, and I decided to ask on Reddit. And people were really excited to talk about, you know, to say what they wanted. They were really excited, really, 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 really excited. And I'm saying this like this is a bad thing, but it was actually really good to come up with a design that fits the user's needs. And with Alan and Jonas, we kind of consolidated the ideas and the limitations. And this is, can you see the cursor? Oh no, you can. Oh yeah, you can see the cursor. Now I'm gonna show a demo, which is actually like a mock-up, but I hope it. Okay, so here's the idea. You have GNOME 45 with the sexy new wallpaper here, and when you click the quick settings, you could see something like a quick actions button, and then you click it here, a dialog is going to show up like the old Wi-Fi dialog, and then, but just for network displays, and then it shows the displays in the network. And then you click the option, you may have to authorize it in your TV, on your projector, but then it loads for a while, and when it connects, an icon shows on the top bar, just like we have for a screen recording. And when you click it, it stops, and that's it. That's how it's going to look like in the future. So at this point, I haven't shown anything about code, and you might be wondering, is he being paid to do that? Since you insist, here's a brief high-level overview of how this is going to work. We found a way to compile the app as a headless program. That means it just does not show a window to the user, and then it uses dbus to expose the displays that it discovered in the network as a property. And it also exposes a method for connecting to these displays. And it's much easier to use dbus instead of like directly connecting to GNOME settings or to GNOME shell. GNOME network displays talks to dbus, and then dbus talks to everyone else. And this is a much more organized way of doing things. And voila, screencasting turns into spellcasting, one button magic. And thank you. That was supposed to be the heart emoji.
Hi everyone, my name is Pratham Gupta and this is my project Anagram Support for Crosswords Editor. So a little about me. So I'm a student at IIT Mandi, India, and I'm interested in software development, also a GSOC intern at GNOME. So about my project, my mentor is Jonathan sir, and we're adding support for Crosswords Editor, anagram search support. So let me start with what are anagrams. So they are basically words that have the same letters, but just a combination of like arrangement of them. So as an example, listen and silent are two words and they are anagrams of each other. Now let's talk about my implementation. How am I gonna do this? So the first part is searching for them, and the second part is displaying them. So let's start with the searching. Here's the approach one that like worked but not fully. I'll tell about that later. So we simulate a try, and with the code that already exists. So for understanding my project, you need to know about that a bit. So the first part is word list. Word list is just a huge list of words. Then we have filter fragments. They are like lists having index of particular words. What I mean by particular is like a question mark. So this will have all the words starting with A and then length of 2. If we have B question mark, then starting with B, length of 2. And if we have A question mark, that represents starting with A, length 3. So then we have the index section, and this is just a table of contents. Now, how does this happen? So like if you're searching for cat, you begin with question mark, question mark, question mark. That has all the words of length 3. Then next you have 3 possibilities, CAT, like in the leftmost branch, you have C question mark, starting with C, A question mark, starting with A, and T question mark, starting with T. Now, if we continue on the middle branch, you will have AC question mark, and AT question mark, so AC question mark will start with AC, and AT question mark will start with AT. Now, if we continue this process, we'll find anagrams. So can anyone guess which anagram I'm gonna find if I continue this process? It's really simple. Yeah, that's correct. But for me, what's most important is where I don't find anagram. So in this branch, AC question mark, I find an anagram. But in the other, AT question mark, there's no anagram. So we do branch culling. Now it's pretty simple for length 3. But suppose you have a length of 12. Now for 12, like if I fill in the starting two words AC and rest all are question marks. If we have an empty list, that means no anagrams exist on AC and then 10 question marks. Then there's no meaning of searching on that branch further, like no meaning of adding further words. So we do culling on that branch. This saves a lot of time, and this like really helped, but still it is a bit slow. Like I did a search for like anagram search for a 12-letter word, and it took 0.3 seconds. And we want it to be instantaneous. And also we have a max word length of 21, so it will take some time. So we worked upon a faster approach, and that is still in development. Here's my approach too. So we have 2 words, heart and earth. There are 2 anagrams. We sort them. We get to this strange word, AEHRT. We create a hash. Now they'll have the same hash because the sorted words are same. So the hash will be same. And we use this unique property to actually find the anagrams. I'll tell more about this approach some other day because this is still in development, but this is how it's supposed to work. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Akshay Warrior, and I come from India.
My name is Shriyansham, and I'm from India as well.
And I'm a GSOC intern this year, and my project title is our project title is Make GNOME Platform Demos for Workbench. And our mentors are Sonny Pierce and Andy Holmes. So I think some of you already attended Sonny's workshop on like XML or Blueprint, and then there is one for CSS, and then finally you have a panel for preview where everything shows up. And so one of the reasons, Workbench supports Blueprint, and one of the reasons is that Blueprint is actually very easy to understand. So Blueprint is maintained by James Westman, and it's a markup language used to build user interfaces quickly and declaratively. And if you look at its syntax, it's almost similar to CSS if you ever worked with CSS, and it's easy to learn. And XML can be quite verbose sometimes if you want to write user interfaces with them. So that's why we use Blueprint for all our demos, and Workbench supports Blueprint. Yeah.
Coming over to the library and demo support, the Workbench supports the Workbench consists of demos that are basically the code examples of widgets that are covered in GTK, and it supports in 3 languages mainly: JavaScript, Val, and Blueprint. And it basically showcases the usage of widgets and APIs. And the demos are constructed in such a way so that the developer is for a beginner developer, it is easy to understand, and the codes are copy pastable. That is, you can copy the snippet from the Workbench and you can easily integrate it within your own code. The demos are also constructed in such a way that they are HIG compliant, and the main reason for creating demos was to provide a way for alternative way for documentation. And library could be considered as the container for demos, wherein you can find all the listed demos that are covered in the Workbench. So yeah, currently we are it's a UA moment for us that we have more than 71 library demos covered in Workbench, and there are still plenty of more in progress.
Oops. Okay, so we obviously can't cover all the 70 demos here, but we'll just quickly go through some of the examples. So for example, this is one of the demos I made, which is WebView. And WebView basically lets you render HTML pages. And there are some controls here, like a URL bar, a back button, forward button, reload button. And yeah.
Coming over to the screenshot demo, this is one of my favorite demos to work upon. And this basically uses libportal API. If you're wondering what's libportal, it's basically a library that provides G-Sync style async APIs for Flatpak portals. So this basically lets the user to click a screenshot of the current screen. It also supports various modes such as selection mode, or if you want to click upon the entire screen.
Okay, this was a fun demo. So basically this demo is Flowbox. So Flowbox is just a container which puts its childs into a grid format. But the only difference is that if you change the window size, it'll change the number of columns it has. And we thought it would be a fun way to demo that by showing emojis, because everyone loves emojis.
Coming over to the wallpaper demo, this is also like a very unique one for me. It basically allows you to set the wallpaper for your desktop. You can also select a custom wallpaper for your own desktop by selecting a custom file.
And this is the last one for me. Okay, so this is the actions demo. And basically this demonstrates GIO actions. So it's an high-level interface used to describe a piece of functionality. So this just shows the different kinds of actions you can have, stateless or with parameters. And you can have property actions. Yeah, you can play around with a bit and it'll log stuff to the console.
Okay, so this one is the list model. Special thanks to Andy Ohms for suggesting me to work upon this demo. It was a really needed one. And these are basically, list model is basically the simple interfaces that contain order list of GObject instances. It basically, in this demo, I've covered the uses of list model in the list box and flow box widget. And in the edit panel, you can play around with the child elements of the flowbox and gridbox, and you can also see the output on the console respectively.
Okay, and okay, yeah. So apart from demos, Sony also let us work on some features for Workbench. So this is one of the features I've been working on, which is providing offline documentation for Workbench. So basically what we're trying to do is that, I think some of you might know of DevHelp, which basically lets you, it's an application to view documentation, and we're trying to do something like that for Workbench. So to do so, we're making use of GNOME's SDK to provide the documentation. And like here, I'm just using a web view to render the documentation because it's just HTML pages. And I'm using a list box to display all the different namespaces of docs that exist. This is in its very initial stages. We still have some stuff to discuss and make improvements to it, but I am very excited about this one. Yeah.
Coming over to the code find feature, as the name suggests, it basically allows you to search for a keyword and it renders the search results in your source code. So likewise, like the other other search features have, it supports case sensitive and non-case sensitive search. And I've also implemented key bindings for the ease of access. What I mean by key bindings is, if the user wants to use shortcut keys for the search to move to the search occurrences of the match results, you can just press keyboard shortcuts. For example, I have set the key binding for move to previous search as Ctrl+G. And for the UI, I've kept it similar to the code find feature in GNOME text editor.
Okay, and wrapping it up, so these are some goals and plans we have for the future. First is make demos for the new libadwaita 1.4 widgets, complete at least 100 demos before the end of GSOC outreachy, and implement global search, better navigation in the offline documentation viewer. So basically what I showed you before, right now it doesn't support a very good searching mechanism, so we need to implement that. Implement better search for library demos. Revisit the older demos for revisions and improvements. And this last one is an experimental one, which is enhance Blueprint coding experience by showing breadcrumbs. So basically when you're editing Blueprint in Workbench, Blueprint gets big pretty quickly and you can get lost in the different curly braces, the nested curly braces. So what we can do is we can show breadcrumbs, basically just show where the cursor is. So like window, greater than sign box, this, like so on, so that you know where you are in the file. So we have yet to discuss how to do this, but yeah.
So before I conclude this, I'd like to thank Melissa for arranging everything for me in the very last minute. She is the reason I made it to the conference. So yeah, and we are actually having a very good time here, and we are very honored to be presenting in front of you all.
Thank you.
All right, so we also happen to have 3 interns that didn't manage to come, but they sent us videos, so let's see how that works.
Hi, I am Tanmay. This summer I will be working on adding acrostic puzzle support to GNOME Crossword. My mentor Jonathan Blandford will be guiding me throughout the journey. So, talking about GNOME Crossword, GNOME Crossword is a crossword player and editor for GNOME in which you can load crossword files or choose from a selection of pre-installed puzzles. So, moving on to acrostic puzzles. So, An acrostic puzzle consists of two sections: the main grid, which represents the sentence or a phrase, and the second section is a set of clues and answers which are derived from the corresponding letters of the main grid. Also, the first letters of the answers, when read sequentially, spell out the author of the quote or the title of the work it is taken from. So that makes it even more interesting. That is an extra help while solving the puzzle. So before I started working, this was the state of crossword. So we were able to render the main grid and the clues, but there is no answer grid to enter our answers for the clues. And whenever we used to select a cell, we used to lose the focus, and it would become unresponsive. So I started off by writing a test acrostic puzzle in order to understand the IPS format better, and that would also serve as an additional test case for us to test out our changes. Then we also made some modifications to the IPS format to ensure it works correctly. Then I made some changes to libIPS, which is the library for parsing IPS files. We added support for acrostic to libIPS. So there is a extra code clue. So acrostic is derived from crosswords, but extra clue is added to it. That is the code clue, which it's simply a clue which maps to all the cells on the main grid. So next up was implementing the clue grid widget. So this is how the clue grid widget looks like. So currently we are able to select a cell on the clue grid, so and corresponding cell on the main grid gets selected too. So also we are able to make guesses on the clue grid. So whenever we make a guess on the clue grid, it gets reflected on the main grid and vice versa. So this is the current progress of the clue grid. Talking about future plans, so first we need to handle the focus. So currently when we make a guess on the clue grid, the focus shifts back to the grid. So we need to fix that, and adding code clue to the main grid. So when we add code clue to the main grid, we will be able to map all the cells on the main grid, so that would help the user to differentiate whether the focus is on the main grid or the clue grid. So also we need to improve navigation. So whenever we make a guess on the main grid, the focus should move to the next cell on the main grid. That is also the next cell in the code clue. But when we make a guess on the clue grid, the focus should move to the next cell of that clue. So that needs to be uh, handled under navigation. So that's all. Thank you, Noam, for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone. My name is Gautam Gaurav. Unfortunately, I am not able to attend this GUADEC summit. That's why I am presenting my GSOC report virtually. So I am working on GNOME setting in this season of Google Summer of Code program. My project involves creating a new system panel within GNOME settings under the mentorship of Philip Borghi. And so let me introduce myself a little bit more. I am from India and a final year undergraduate student at IIIT Kottayam. Apart from GNOME, I am also contributing to the Inkscape and Terraform open source project. So these are my profiles. You can connect with me through these profiles. So talking about project goals, as you can see currently GNOME settings has a less organized and crowded layout with various panels. The main goal of this project is to reduce the number of top level settings panel by moving some of them into the new system panel. Specifically, we are moving the region and language, date and time, users and about panel into this new system panel. Additionally, we are reallocating the remote desktop setting here instead of placing it in the sharing panel. So what are the benefits of implementing the new system panel? Once the new system panel is implemented, we can achieve the following benefits. So we can provide users with a unified interface for managing various settings, and it will also make it easier for user to find specific panel they are looking for. So as for progress so far, I have successfully implemented an empty system panel and added it to the panel list, as you can see. So currently I am working on adding remote desktop page to the system panel. To do this, I have reused and modified some code from sharing remote desktop section. So this is how currently a remote desktop pages look like. So talking about future plan, the future plan is to move all the remaining panels into the system panel, and at last this is how GNOME setting will look after creating the system panel. So thanks GNOME.
A good day to all. I'm Deepa Roberto, a first-year electronics engineering student at Bataan Peninsula State University, currently living in Limay, Philippines. A little bit more about myself, I maintain Musai, a song recognition application, and Kuha, a screen recorder. I'm also an occasional contributor to the GNOME Rust ecosystem, such as GTK4RS and GStreamerRS. Outside software development, I like to listen to music, talk to people, and simply explore things. This year, I am part of the Google Summer Code program working on the project Rust and GTK for Basel rewrite, together with my mentors Bilal and Maximiliano. The main focus of the project is the application Basel. It is a graphical tool originally written by Will Thompson, used to visualize the bus activities such as signal emissions, method calls and returns, and errors. The application also shows signal frequencies, average method call durations, and message size. Collectively, the tool is useful in debugging and optimizing the bus applications, and here is a peek of what it looks like. The primary objective of this project is to rewrite Basel into Rust and GTK4. Why? First, GTK3, with which Basel is currently built, is less maintained, compared to the newer GTK4 and libadwaito tandem with cooler and more efficient widgets like GTK list view. Second, Basel is written in Haskell. Don't get me wrong that Haskell is a great language, but with new core GNOME apps written in Rust, Snapshot, and Loop, a high percentage of Rust written GNOME Circle apps, and libraries like ZVAS and libasrbg, it is no doubt that the language has greater popularity in the ecosystem compared to Haskell. Moving to a more modern and popular tech stack would not only increase accessibility to potential contributors, but also improve maintainability and possibly efficiency. So, how are we going to achieve this? First, I did a handful amount of research and reading on documentation to have an overview of the functionalities of different libraries. Next, we created an MVP with a working loading mechanism and basic diagram implementation. It however still uses ZBus as ZBus was missing APIs, so we had to upstream changes to ZBus and eventually port Basel to it. Then, the diagram, filtering, recording, and multiple file handling must also be implemented. Ultimately, final documentation, testing, and polishing will be done. During the midterm GSOC period, half the features have already been rewritten and ported in the new rewrite codenamed Basel, and here is how it works. Here, it is currently recording the session bus. And that's the details view. For the feature of Basel after GSOC or during GSOC file period, if there is still extra time, Perflux Opener and Statistics view may be implemented. Possible command line interface exporting the sequence diagram to various formats such as PDF or PNG, and exploring other representation of the sequence diagram can also be looked at. For me, I will continue to contribute to GNOME development and be part of this wonderful community. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone here, especially my mentors, for the support and for giving me this opportunity to share my work with you all. I hope everyone has a great day and an amazing experience. Thank you.
All right, so this is it for internships. Don't forget to check the gsoc.gnome website and the outreach.org website. We are always looking for mentors, for project ideas, and there we have the instructions of how you can get involved. So thank you very much.
So we have a few more minutes if anyone has any questions, any comments. Okay,
Oh, Sonny.
I'll be there.
I think there's a buff, right? Maybe you want to mention that?
Oh, that's good, yeah. So we actually have a buff. You should check on the schedule. We are going to be discussing the future of GSOC and outreach in GNOME, how we can improve the experience for mentors and interns. Do you know actually when is it?
No.
I think Sunday afternoon, but it's kind of a guess. Confirm there, please. But yeah, we are going to be discussing how we are going to be improving the mentor experience, new ideas, and if you have any idea or experience yourself, feel free to come.
Okay, I have a second comment/question for Akshay and Shriyansh. Very good presentation. Thanks a lot. Really good job overall. Also, I'm a bit jealous. You explained Workbench way better than I did. So yeah, good job. For our particular project, so with you two and Jose and Andy, I think it runs a bit different from other GSOC or outreachy project because you're more on your own. It's more like, okay, you have to come up with like ideas, or like we help you find ideas of demos to add, but then you're essentially on your own. You have to like find how to do it. And I was wondering, so the upside of this is it's easy to scale, right? Because then we can have 3 students doing like all of this work really easily without me or Andy being like too involved, without spending like hours, too many hours per week, which would be otherwise impossible. And I was wondering how was the experience for you, if it's something you would recommend for future GSOC projects?
Hello. Okay. Yeah, so if I understood your question correctly, basically this project is sort of different from other GSOC projects. For me personally, like before starting out with GSOC, I actually knew nothing about GTK or any of the widgets. And if someone wants to contribute to Workbench and like, I think it's a great way to learn about certain widgets and stuff because you're basically putting yourself in the shoes of like a beginner, and you're trying to make the demos in such a way that a beginner is able to understand them. And you also have to go through piles of documentation to make the demos, and in that process you learn a lot. So yeah, I think contributing like demos is, I think, a great way to learn more about GTK and stuff, and I would encourage or like many other contributors to contribute to Workbench in this way. And also because of the way the project is, you will always have something to cover because GTK is so big, you will always have more demos to make. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Hello. Hello. In addition to what he said, what worked for me and what I'll suggest is right when I started working upon the project, the thing that worked the most for me was playing around with stuff. Like what I mean playing around is you've got to spend time on the project. For example, I was working on Workbench for the demos, so I had to spend a considerable amount of time reading documentation, learning the code base, and understanding how the things work. For example, if I had to create for the libportal API demos, it was something completely new for me. So I started browsing documentation, and by the help of my mentors, I was also able to since most of the code bases, most of the examples available are in C rather than JavaScript. So it was quite helpful for me to convert, not helpful, but it was quite useful for me to implement the code, kind of convert the code from C to JavaScript, and it was one of the greatest experiences that I ever had, because it gives me a good knowledge of what I'm working upon, and it also helps me improve my grasp on the subject that I'm working upon. So yeah, that I recommend just to play around, and self-research is the best thing to do.
Any other questions, comments? A special thanks to Sony actually for mentoring 3 interns in the season, like amazing. Like the other intern working on the workbench demos is Jose Hunter. He's outreach intern and he didn't manage to come, unfortunately. Any other comments, questions? Oh, Robert here in the front.
Thanks. And not just, maybe you said it, but when can we expect the display screen casting thingy? It looks super cool. I want to have it.
Thank you for coming, guys. I'll see you in the dinner. I don't think we can. I don't think it can make in GNOME 45. Although I did take the GNOME 45 wallpaper. That was a lie. I think the code freeze is approaching. Like winter's coming, so probably not for GNOME 45. But the backend work is like 80% there. And I think once the back-end work is done, the good-looking front-end is going to be easy. So I think it's going to be ready until September, which is when the internship ends. So you will be able to compile your own GNOME shell, I think, and see how it works. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? There.
Following up on that question, you told us that it's not a demo, but what was it actually that we've seen?
A lot of Inkscape work done in the late nights. It was a screenshot of my desktop with an Inkscape mockup that I did, copying the old Wi-Fi mockups. Thanks, Alan. I'm always standing on your shoulders. I hope I made you proud.
All right.
I don't know if this is going to be the last, but yeah, maybe we can do a round of applause for Felipe, who organized all of this. It's a lot of work.
Thank you very much. I was just talking to myself, and just thought really changed my life by bringing me to this community and allowing me to be participating. And I hope that I can continue this tradition and that our interns are also experiencing it in that same way. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Really, really nice projects, really nice initiatives. Being an outreach intern myself, I also really encourage everyone to apply for these internships, and it's an amazing job that you have done. So congrats and compliments on everything. Awesome. So now we are going towards the closing of the conference, which is a bittersweet moment, but yeah, it's this moment. I'm going to invite Robert McQueen, the president of GNOME Foundation, and he's going to take the stage and continue with the closing. Thank you very much for attending so far.
GNOME and Ubuntu at the gold level. Thank you. Without your support, this is not possible. We need all of the venues, the travel, all of the little different pieces, the events, the details that go into making this possible for the community. So thank you to our sponsors. So this is the end of the beginning. No, this is the end of the official sort of conference sessions. We continue over Saturday and Sunday with the BOF days. The BOFs are in a different place. Do not come back here tomorrow. So please check the conference website or your participant email for where you're supposed to be. For online attendees, the BOFs are not necessarily live streamed in the same way as the YouTube links. However, there are big blue button meet.gnome.org links for each BOF. So hopefully with the support of the people who are in the room, they can open up the conference and you'll be able to share with some remote participation. So that works slightly differently, but check your inbox for the joining details for those different BOF rooms. And obviously, if you've missed the talks, I was scheduled opposite a very interesting Vanilla OS talk I'm hoping to watch. So all of the YouTube streams have got the history of the 2 tracks, so you can catch up on your journey home or from the comfort of your own homes. So the next event for the GNOME Foundation is GNOME Asia, which will be from the 1st until the 3rd of December in Nepal. So the call for papers and registrations will be opening soon, so please just follow Foundation on social media and you'll see what's happening there. Now, the first thing to do is to thank the organising team. So I think we have Rudolfs, Aya, Petris, Dipesha and Asmit. I don't know if you are here and could stand up and come to the front and just receive our undying appreciation. That's a huge amount of work coordinating all of the 1,000 little details that go into the conferences. So you have my huge gratitude. Thank you so much from the Foundation and from the community. Thank you. And we also have the volunteers. So many people, Anissa, Pietro, Corentin, Dylan, Siddharth, Pooja and Evan. If you would also like to come up and join us and receive the community's gratitude, that would be great. Coming to the end of the rambling from me, which has all been packed into one day for your convenience, we are excited to share the location for GUADEC 2024. GUADEC 2024, as part of the board moving around, will be in Denver, Colorado. I hope to see you all there, or online, or somewhere in between. Up to you. Final reminder, the GUADEC dinner is tonight for conference attendees. So the dinner is sponsored by the GNOME Foundation and our wonderful sponsors. And that will be at 7 p.m. at the Mercury Hotel. So see you all there. Thank you.